Well, what a beautiful, gloomy Saturday it is. It is the 31st of October, and to all 17 participants currently in the meeting, welcome, welcome, welcome to Techcon 2020. For those of us who were not with us in Techcon 2019, what I can promise you is that this conference is going to be spectacular. Libito laka ke Lerato Mphaka, for those of you that don't know me, I am the Executive Director of the Learning Mindset Foundation, which pretty much focuses on digital skills and digital skills acquisition. So I'm very honored to be your co-host today. Normally, when we do TechCon, I always have my partner in crime with me, and TK Ntebe. TK, take it away.
Well, good morning on this gloomy Saturday morning. But I always say, Mr. Mphaka, thank you so much for the introduction. I always say, you know, there is a ray of sunshine amongst the rain. So today, TechCon 2020 is exactly that for me. So my name is TK Ntebe. I'm a financial coach, speaker, blogger, and content creator. I am from TKO Consultancy, where we predominantly help young professionals and entrepreneurs to better manage their money, save, and plan for their futures. I'm that guy that says, in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and technology, and more so about COVID-19, let us embrace technology. Let us embrace technology and incorporate it in all aspects of our lives. So today's theme, when we say technology for development, for my era, I am saying technology for digital financial inclusion. So today is absolutely going to be beautiful. Thank you so much. I see on Facebook we have 6 people viewing, and welcome to everybody, all the 18 participants on the platform today. Today really promises to be one of an experience of a lifetime. You know, I'm sitting here in Masoe, you are sitting in Roma, Soto and the team are sitting in Johannesburg, and our participants are all over the country. If that is not technology, and that is not including everybody that is going to join us later, I don't know. What do you have to say, Ms. Larter?
Wow, you're absolutely right. I think, you know, the theme for me is so poignant in today's age. We keep talking about Africa reimagining herself. We keep talking about all of our sustainable development goals. And a lot of the time, the conversation seems to be tittering around technology. And today I'm very, very excited in particular because we have such a huge kind of opportunity when it comes to everything that's in the cyberspace. But we also know that there are dangers around that. And I'm so excited that one of our speakers is going to be touching on issues around cybersecurity. But even more excited as someone that specializes in digital skills acquisition, that we have people that are going to be talking about the future of work. We keep talking about this all the time, that the workplace is going to change. But how is it going to change? And how do we get ourselves ready? For me, I'm really, really excited about that one. And yes, TK, you're absolutely right to say perhaps one of the testaments of just how pervasive technology has become in our lives is exactly this conference. We are sitting in all parts of Southern Africa, actually, not just the country. And we've all decided to tune in and experience the technology conference in cyberspace, really. So what does that say to us going forward? How do we improve this? Is this how we're going to be living going forward? Those, for me, are some of the questions that I would love for us to maybe also have some side chats about with the participants of this technology conference.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you know, I'm very big on social media. So we do have hashtags in place. So the official hashtags this morning is hashtag Techcon Lesotho. And the second one is hashtag Techcon 2020. So please, on Twitter, we are there. We are on Facebook. Please feel free to drop your comments in the chat here, or if you are streaming live on Facebook, please engage with us. We want to know what you're feeling and what you're thinking. But for me, Ms. Mphaka, my highlight is I've always actually wanted to do a virtual MCA. So after this conference, I'm going to add a new title, well, a new addition to my bio to say that I am officially a digital MC. I mean, whoever thought I'll be sitting in the comfort of my own home, hosting or co-hosting rather, an event virtually. This is absolutely incredible. I feel like we have a couple of house rules. Please make sure that you are comfortable. Make sure that you're enjoying your beverages, warm beverages preferably because of the weather. Well, if you like it cool, that's also fine. You should be in the comfort of your own home. So if you need to go to the laboratory, you should know where they are. Otherwise, if you're not at home, make sure you get into the car and you rush home. If you're at the mall, just keep the social distancing, make sure you sanitize. And I see you laughing. What's so funny? What's so funny?
You know, you just reminded me of a tweet I saw, and I'd love for the participants to kind of also share with us. So we were talking about all the different terms that we've learned as a result of 2020, and you just mentioned one, social distancing. Who would have thought that, you know, in our lifetime, we would have to stay away from each other and also kind of hide ourselves behind masks? You know, someone was talking about how we have to keep our physical distance, but we have to increase our social cohesion, you know, digitally. And I was like, these are terms I would have never thought in my lifetime. So participants, please share with us some of the new kind of interesting terms that you have come across. I know COVID also is something that we keep renaming over and over. There's COVID, there's CODIV, there's COVID. I mean, people are giving it very interesting names as we go along. So share with us some of those things. Remember our hashtags for the day, Techcon Lesotho and hashtag Techcon 2020.
All right. So, Ms. Mpaga, without wasting any more time, for me, I always say it's always so important for us to reflect on where we started. 2019 was the very first year for Techcon Lesotho, the first of its kind, actually, in Lesotho. Second edition comes virtually. And for me, that is growth, you know. But for me, I always say, before we know where we are going, we need to know where we come from. So at this point in time, please allow me to take you guys on a journey on where this beautiful vision started. So we're gonna have a very short, brief video that basically takes you on a journey. So here's to Techcon 2020.
Welcome to Lesotho's first ever technology conference. This is the TechCon 2019 LS. I'm super excited. One of the big topics that we keep talking about these days is what we call the fourth industrial revolution. And for an average Lesotho, what is that? We've been through the first, second, and third, and now we're in the fourth. What does that bring for us? And so it became important for Basali Tech to start talking about it and hopefully start getting Basotho interested in what the fourth industrial revolution is going to bring about. And we need to start understanding how to make Basotho more tech ready, more fourth industrial revolution ready, and these type of conferences are exactly what's going to get us there.
We have amazing speakers lined up from virtual reality, artificial intelligence, technology in business, and the list is endless. This is a 2-day workshop where we are starting today, where we will basically have amazing speakers, and it will continue till tomorrow, where we also have activities lined up. We have demos, we have drones that will be showcased. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not at the TechCon 2019, you are definitely missing out.
What a beautiful memory. I still remember, you know, the nerves of TechCon 2019 as I started seeing a lot of people flooding the Mantebi Singh Conference Center. And I see we keep getting more and more participants in the meeting. So my nerves are properly reinstated for TechCon 2020. I would like to introduce, I think, our first speaker of the day. First speaker is Ms. Soto Shoshomi. She is an IT systems engineer, and she has a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Systems and Networks. She's also a Microsoft Certified Professional and a Microsoft Certified Solutions Associate. And she's passionate, she says, about delivering value to clients through technologies offered by Microsoft, as well as technical support. Importantly, Ms. Soto is also the co-founder of Basali Tech, that really has been a pioneer in terms of the democratization of digital innovation, the stuff that we're doing in all of our different spaces, and just to get more and more Basotho ready and kind of excited, I like to say, about the future when it comes to technology. So without further ado, Ms. Soto, please take the stage for your 30-minute talk.
Tell me you can hear me. All right, please tell me the tech lady is not having technical challenges on this day. All right, Menard, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm afraid I can barely hear you. The audio is slightly low. So if you can maybe fiddle around with your volume that side.
Can you hear me now, clearly?
Much better, much better.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am super excited for today with us hosting our very first virtual Techcon, and we hope you love today's lineup and will find value in all of the discussions that we will have today, as well as the packed presentations that our speakers will provide. Let me just tell you a bit about Basali Tech, which is the hosting organization for the Techcon. Basali Tech was initially founded with a goal to encourage young girls and women to take part in science and technology related education, as well as tech careers at the end of the day. But we realized that in our landscape, the need for democratizing digital skills is much more needed and goes beyond just encouraging young girls and women to take part in such a landscape. So we've now included training for the youth in general, boys, girls, women, and men, to acquire these skills and to help them become relevant in the market where now technology is being used increasingly, and everyone now needs the basic digital skill, and most jobs now seem to be requiring technology skills. Apart from that, and the trainings that we provide, which are basically introduction to computer literacy, introduction to programming, a bit of electronics, and we offer training for preparing people for work as well in applications such as Office 365. We also came up with the Techcon to get conversations on the state of technology started in Lesotho and in Africa at the end of the day, on how technology can be used to encourage development, how it can be used to help the people thrive, how it can just be used to make living better. So I think our core as Basali Tech mainly revolves around the use of technology to improve people's living standards and to give people the necessary skills to thrive in a time when now technology is increasingly used. Despite that, we were only founded last year in 2019. We have made incredible strides in what we hope to achieve. And amongst those would be the young girls and children that we've been able to train in the aforementioned skills, and that's programming, that's electronics, in a fun way, in an engaging way for them to understand the basics of what they can actually accomplish using technology. And above the skills that they've acquired, us as well as our sponsors have been able to connect a few of those, with them being awarded smartphones to be able to continue with the development and to connect with each other and continue with the work that they were doing while they were under our tutelage. The Techcon is one of our very, very amazing achievements from last year, where we had a very large audience, and over the 2 days that we had the conference, we saw a lot of people attending the event, as well as the speakers that were engaging in various technologies such as artificial intelligence, drone technologies. We had an engaging corner where people were able to interact with those technologies, to play around with them, and to just see what they can do with them. And that is a milestone, I think, for us as an organization. And COVID-19 has forced almost everybody to change the way they work, to change the way they live, to change the way they play. And the same has had to happen for us. While we've hosted most of our training sessions face-to-face with the instructors and the students being in the same location, 2020 and the COVID has forced us to move most of our training sessions online. We hosted a few sessions this year. The first was the introduction to digital skills. Then the second one was the technology skills career series. These were a series of videos that our awesome volunteers recorded, and we were able to publish on our media platforms to teach people about the importance of digital skills, particularly in this era where now people have had to work from home, work remotely, use all these tools, have to be connected to the internet, and how that is becoming very important in our lives today, and how that might continue to be relevant as we've seen all the opportunities it brings. And with the technology career series, we were basically introducing people. This is basically maybe higher education students. It could be anyone who wants to change careers. We're exposing them to the careers that we have out there in the technology industry, and the participants basically discussing what the work day looks like, what qualifications they need to fulfill their work successfully. So it's basically an insight on the specific jobs that were discussed in that series. And I think these are also very important to us, because we'd like to make it easy for people to realize how possible it is to use technology and to be a part of this revolution, just so no one's left behind. I'll play a very short video. I think that was accidentally played earlier. We're just getting the hang of this. That briefly summarizes the technology career series. Both series are available on a platform that was locally developed called Learner's Friend. They've been able to host those two as free courses for us, and we're very grateful for that, because we're able to reach more people through that platform as well. Be sure to check it out when you can. Thank you so much for the chance to discuss a bit about our achievements. Lastly, I think I'd like to mention our sponsors, our partners over the period that we've been in existence, and everyone who's made everything possible thus far in supporting our mission, in just helping us get things done and to achieve what we would like to achieve as an organization, in making technology the core of operations, making it the core of learning, because with it we can achieve so much. Up next is the video on the technology career series, Thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoyed today's lineup. Looking forward to those comments. Bye.
It was estimated that by 2020, almost 80% of all jobs will require young people to have some sort of science and technology education. And with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, where there is an increase in the use of technology, which is slowly replacing some traditional jobs, we need to equip ourselves and the youth with skills that will prepare them for the future of work. As Basali Tech aims to equip the youth with digital skills through the various initiatives such as the Technology Conference, robotics, programming, and computer literacy training sessions, they now bring you the Technology Career Series. This series gathers videos recorded by professionals in the technology industry to teach you about the diverse careers you can pursue, including programming, networks, IT governance, UI/UX design, IT support, and many more. Learn about what they do, what they love about their jobs, as well as their challenges, so that you know what to expect from such a career. If you are a university student about to transition to the workplace, a Form E student or matriculant about to go to college or varsity, or just someone who wants to move to the technology sector, we had you in mind when we created this series.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Soto, for that amazing storyline that you've shared with us. But it goes without saying that 2020 has really been an interesting year. And when I mean interesting year, COVID came in March, disrupted our lives in ways that we never thought possible. I'm talking about parents were now actually forced to homeschool their kids. They were forced to interrogate the syllabus that kids have been exposed to. Varsity students went from in-person sessions on campus to online learning, and many young professionals and entrepreneurs were forced to actually work from home. This has not been an easy transition, but what 2020 has also taught us is just to say, is it possible for us to work remotely? Is it possible for us to host a virtual conference like this? What kind of education, what kind of skills do we need to transition into what has now become our new norm? The next two speakers are really at the epitome of defining education, digital education to be specific, and the kind of tools that enable us or should enable us to transition. I'm sitting here and I'm just in awe at just how seamless Techcon 2020 is going, and I'd love to see what your experience is. But this was not going to be possible without our sponsors. And the one sponsor that we have for 2020 virtual conference is Citibank. Citibank.com keeps on showing up. It keeps on helping us drive the digital transformation within the country. So a big shout out to CBA, keep on keeping on and keep on partnering with young Basotho who keep doing what they're doing. So Bomelo and Ntate, allow me to introduce the next set of speakers. And the next set of speakers, like I mentioned, they are at the forefront of digitizing education and embracing the future. Firstly, allow me to introduce Ronelle. Ronelle has shared a passion for integrating digital tools into teaching and learning with a range of audiences, including students, educators, schools and business leaders, university faculty, and government. She has shared her expertise by conducting countless online webinars and hands-on workshops, and has been a keynote presenter at a range of conferences in South Africa, Botswana, Kenya, and India. In her current role as industry executive for basic education at Microsoft, ladies and gentlemen, Ronelle works with a range of partners, Microsoft fellows, and over 200 teachers who have been recognized as Microsoft Innovative Educator Experts to leverage Microsoft STEM programs and resources to enhance education. Her role involves providing thought leadership to faculty, inspiring school leaders, and supporting education stakeholders in the adoption of Microsoft's education transformation framework. Bomelo and Ntate, I introduced to you Ronelle, but Ronelle is not alone today. She has a co-pilot, just like I am co-piloting this MC gig with Me Lerato Mpaka. She is co-piloting with Me Lebogang Madisa, who is an entrepreneur and advocates for women in STEM. Her background is in software engineering, and her career started as an app developer on the Windows platform, where she was honored with the Nokia Developer Champion Award. Let me read that again. She was honored with the Nokia Developer Champion Award. Today, Lebohang's role as Future Ready Skills Manager for Microsoft Education, covering the Middle East and Africa. She empowers decision makers in academic institutions in preparing their students, educators, and staff with skills to be future ready by embracing technology in the classroom for teaching and learning. Bomelo and Ntate, I welcome these amazing women who are doing incredible work to digitize education and embracing the future ready skills. Bome, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I see my colleagues' cameras on. It is so great when you get to see people these days because of COVID and social distancing. So, a warm welcome to everyone to the conference. I'm sure you're going to learn a lot of things today. Good morning, Lebo. I'm so pleased to be doing this with you. What Lebo and I thought was, let's try and do things differently. We want to have a dialogue instead. Both Lebogang and I are very privileged to work in a very small team. As much as Lebo extends into the MEA region, I work specifically in the South African space. We're a very small team. We work in the Microsoft and Education team. And what we're going to potentially be sharing with you today is really just some learnings that we found throughout our careers, not just at Microsoft, but just sharing our journey as well. And the reason why Lebo and I are so different is because our journey and our career paths have been so different. So that's really what we want to start with in terms of this dialogue this morning, in terms of our career paths. And Lebo, I'm going to hand over to you to start off and tell us about your journey in terms of your career path that you've taken.
Thank you, Ronelle, and Dumelang, everyone. This is my first time presenting or participating in the Techcon Lesotho conference, and hearing TK and and other guests say bomme is really a refreshing thing to hear. So for those of you that don't know, bomme means it's like me is like a mother, but it's also a reference to women in a respectful way. So thank you for that. And to tell you a little bit about myself, as Ronelle said, I am a future ready skills manager for MIA. However, my journey didn't start here. So as TK introduced me earlier, my journey started off with Windows Phone development. And at the time, it was really new. I mean, we did app development for a device that wasn't even yet available in South Africa at the time. So by the time it was available in stores, people could download locally relevant apps which they could identify with. And it also gave many software developers in our country an opportunity to be seen and recognized because, as you know, with many of the app stores that exist today, there are millions and millions and millions of apps in there. So having someone find your app becomes something that is really hard to do. So the South African store gave us an opportunity to highlight South African developers, you know, and many careers, not just my own, really trajected from there. So after doing about 2 years of phone development, I went on to become a Java instructor at WITS. And there I was working with young people who were actually graduates from other institutions in software development role. However, what the industry was saying is that they are needing more and more individuals to become problem solver, meaning the degrees in which they graduate in, they would need to start using them as tools to bring back value into these corporate companies. So we had a 3-month session where we were really problem solving using Java as a programming language, but looking at it differently from how school does it. And that got me thinking that, you know, the business is changing, the world is changing, meaning even how we learn is changing. So one of my aspirations is to also be an entrepreneur, but I felt as though I didn't know enough yet about a business at the time to go venture into something of my own. So I went on to join a nonprofit company in Cape Town, where I got an opportunity to work with young South African developers, but who were also startup founders. So these were guys saying, hey, it's not enough to just develop products. They actually want to create businesses out of them, create employment opportunities for their fellow classmates or people in the community. And they did that very successfully. So in that role, I was really empowered to learn on how to position people such that they are able to raise seed funding for their companies and be able to communicate value beyond the software product, you know, like what is the customer thinking about the solution? Is it meeting their needs? Which is something that is often very hard for people to understand when they are developing a solution. So it actually reminds me of a quote that I want to read out. It's from a book. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, Hit Refresh by our CEO. And he said something there that technology is nothing more than a collective soul of those who build it, which is why I'm really, really passionate about this area, because I'm like, we need to bring more and more Africans into the space where they are developing technological solutions so that our soul as Africa can also be shared with the rest of the world. I mean, we have a unique opportunity to share our ideas, to solve our own socio-economic as well as issues that we experience in our environments in ways that will also alleviate poverty. So yeah. And another thing that Satya Nadella said was, our industry does not respect tradition, it respects innovation. And coming from a culture of having been growing up as a Northern Sotho woman, and even the church that I belong to, respect is something that has been part of my moral fiber, my whole life. And when you hear something like technology doesn't respect tradition, it's one of those things to say, it's not business as normal anymore. It's about breaking stuff, trying things that might not work, daring to go into the unknown, and possibly finding something that could work. So yeah, over to you, Rona.
Thanks, Lebu. I always learn so much from Lebu, and every time I hear her story, I learn something new about her. I want to start off with, Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. Now, if we look at that from an education perspective, Microsoft really works very hard to empower students and educators to achieve more as well. Now, my career journey is more traditional. Went through the schooling system like everyone else would have. Then started with an undergrad. Very fortunate again then to receive a bursary. And I think, just because of that, most people don't go into the higher ed or tertiary space because of a lack of funds. So I was fortunate to get a bursary. I actually wanted to study journalism. That was my passion. But I got a bursary to go into teaching, and I don't regret it for 1 minute. Thereafter, I started teaching. I taught at an all-girls school. It was such a phenomenal experience, to lead girls in high school, and so much learnings happened in that 7 years that I was at this all-girls school. During that time, I decided, well, I want to, improve myself, and then I started with my postgraduate studies. Again, I went on to do an honors degree with a focus in ICT as well. And that's really just, embrace what I wanted to do in terms of integrating technology with education successfully. And as a result of doing that, I cummed that degree. And as a result, the university again funded my studies. Again, I thought, okay, I want to learn more. I want to specialize more, etc. I was at the time, I was very interested in augmented reality. So I focused my master's thesis on, it was an app at the time called Orasma for AR. And then what I did there, again, because of the university's belief in me, they paid for my studies. So if I tell you my story, you probably wouldn't believe it. I didn't pay for my tertiary studies. It was all funded by the university. And that was really the traditional journey, moving on to, my teaching career and so forth. I was never just a teacher. I was always just involved in other stuff as well. One of the schools that I taught at, I started working with HR, doing wellness days and, talking about, staff's well-being and stuff like that as well. And because of my studies and the specialist focus on ICT integration as well. I then started becoming, known as the ICT integrator. And I was the teacher, who supported others, supported my colleagues when they were looking at a new tool or app. The first speaker, Sesotho, you spoke about our MD, Miss Lillian Bernard, as an example. What an amazing woman and mentor. Every interaction that I have with her, I just value and treasure that as well, and learning from women in general. But my teaching career, like I said, it wasn't traditional at all. I always knew that I'd move out of teaching eventually. And that's when I started working at Microsoft. Someone, Angela Shearer, who is still my mentor today, approached me and she said, Ronelle, we in Microsoft Education, we need trainers. Would you be interested? And that's when I started, training schools around South Africa on Office 365. So again, you mentioned Office 365 and such a powerful tool. for especially during this time of hybrid learning and remote teaching and learning. So I went around to all these schools doing professional development, upskilling educators and so forth. And, what I realized was, if there was no leadership buy-in, it was quite difficult for teachers to continue on that journey, to be consistent. Nelson Mandela spoke about lifelong learning, and really that has been my passion in terms of my education journey as well. So Microsoft is such a great platform for educators. It's called the Microsoft Educator Center. And if you want to look that up and just do a search for it, education.microsoft.com, very easy to find. Now, again, even prior to starting at Microsoft, I always embraced Microsoft technologies, and I'll tell you why. As an IT teacher, I was also an examiner for the examining board in South Africa as well. And we spoke about, potentially what does the future look like? And we were already thinking about, just like Lebo spoke about, future ready skills. And Professor Jonathan Jansen, one of the professors that I really, really admire as well, he spoke about what are those skills would learners need in the 21st century. He focused on presentation skills. And if you think in times of COVID now, the focus really is about presenting yourself, being confident because you're on video. So how do our learners do that, So there's so many things that I can talk to in terms of the value of my career path and how non-traditional it has been. But the journey at Microsoft has been absolutely amazing. And before I actually just pass over to Lebo again, one thing that I really love about working at Microsoft, and especially in the education team, is we are encouraged to fail fast. To try new things. Even if you start with a project and it doesn't really work out, lessons learned, try and apply it differently when you do a new project, etc. And I just want to refer again to Abdul Kalim. Most of us know him, also an education technologist as well. He refers to fail, first attempt in learning. And that's really what my journey has been like. So with that, Lebo, I'm going to hand over to you. And I'd like to just open up this discussion and talk about why you're interested in software development and why you're so passionate about it.
Yeah. Thanks, Ronald. I think it's a mix of both. Because one would ask that if I'm really passionate about software development, why am I not doing it for a living, So I've come to learn about myself and where my strengths are and where my weaknesses are. And in terms of software development, like I understand the life cycle end to end and can contribute on a project and even build some of the solutions myself. But I've come to learn that there are some real rock stars out there. And apart from that, I think for me, so I was born in a township, grew up there and everything. And many people are not exposed to tech, so even the concept of software development is really foreign. But I can tell you, even if I wear my hat as a Sunday school teacher, even kids that have never touched a computer, they have ideas on how to improve apps. They have ideas on how they believe things could be done better. For example, I would hear kids say, hey, now that we're doing remote learning, they would ask questions about why is it that maybe we need to use this piece of software? Why can't we do it in this way? So for me, my passion is not just software development, but actually developing technology for humanity. So putting people first, and also listening to them. So hence I say, like with kids, even those that are not yet digitally literate, they have some form of literacy because they can use phones and stuff. So it's just a matter of connecting what they know into an environment that you want them to play in. So if you have a kid that is always on your phone, if it's a touch screen or whatever, then, and they've never used a computer before, what you need to do from a messaging point of view is connect the two so that they don't become afraid. So I think if we remove that fear first, then we're inviting people into this playground where we can co-create with. And from a development point of view, I know many tools these days like low code or no code are becoming more and more popular, but I'd really want to just share with anyone who's attending this conference or maybe listening to the recording. If you are interested in development, there are many ways of getting started. I think one of the most powerful things that people in my grassroots journey told me is that a human being is actually smarter than a computer, although that can be argued with AI today. But what they meant is that, so when you talk about programming, it's about writing instructions that a computer will be able to interpret. So those instructions must be at the most basic level. And how they first explain that is, let's say you need to make a cup of coffee. It's not enough to say, pour 2 spoons, do this. You literally need to go to the basic level of saying, fill a kettle with water, boil the water, take a cup. Literally, it's all about instructions. So if you are someone that has a strength in breaking down something into the most basic steps, then you are also better suited to pursue a career in software development. But I also want to share that it's not just about programming. There are so many careers in the software development world. So maybe you don't want to code, but you still want to be part of the team where you're creating products. Then I would say look at your talents outside of what you want to do. So I know some people are gifted in terms of art, they love drawing and all of that. So before any piece of code could be written, one of the things that go into software development is actually design. So how do we improve products, or how do we create products that are user friendly? So I often tell people that if you're not able to use something, it's not your fault, it's the developer's fault. So any piece of software that you use needs to be user friendly, because its goal is for you, the user. So if you want to improve products or be at the forefront of designing products, look into user experience design. And there are also testing roles. So if you're one person that likes breaking stuff or checking vulnerabilities when it comes to software products, then you can look into software testing. And yeah, if you one person that always sees a business opportunity when looking at all these free apps, then you can become a business analyst, which is where tech and business meet. So I think my passion is around the fact that you are not boxed into like a dark room in some server, a basement. There are so many opportunities, and once you choose one way, it doesn't mean you are stuck with it forever. You can always adapt and go into something else. So I think getting to know yourself in the process is one of the most important things. So Ronel, like one thing that you mentioned when you did your introduction is how you used a lot of the Microsoft technologies even before joining Microsoft. But I'm actually interested in your experience from like the transition, going from classroom to corporate. Those are very two different worlds. How was that experience like?
Absolutely. Thanks, Lebu. What a pertinent question. And I just want to mention something. You spoke about algorithm design. When I was an IT teacher, I used to use the analogy of baking a cake. What are the instructions to follow? So I can totally relate. To answer your question about the transition from the academic environment into a corporate world, having said that, it wasn't easy. Change is never easy. But I don't know why it is, but my personality is I just love change. I embrace it. I think it's one of my strengths. So yes, there were challenges, etc., but there was so much support from a Microsoft perspective as well. And that's what I love about working in that environment. If you don't know how to do something, there'll be someone who's going to support you and show you and help you. All you have to do is reach out. That's the only thing. And I found that was the biggest, the biggest learning curve for me, that I needed to start collaborating more. And at Microsoft, that's encouraged to work in different teams, not just in the education team, but to reach out to the marketing team if you need help with events and so forth as well, or the public sector team or the sales team or whatever the case may be. And one of the things that I love about this transition that I've made, and I think with our millennials, it's going to be, even worse, because they're going to change their careers all the time, just like the introductory video showed. And I absolutely love this, because what I've been able to do is also just be more technical. So I've got such a good relationship with one of our team members, Lebu, you know her very well, Uviwe, and what a personality, right? So she's a technical specialist at Microsoft, also in the education team. And her and I have all these robust debates about what's best practice in a classroom. And so in terms of my transition, she'll always talk about the technical. No, this is how you're going to deploy Office 365. These are the steps that you need to follow. You've got to whitelist the domain. And I'm learning all this new terms and vocab, and I love it, right? Because I love learning. And then I'll say, but, Uviwe, that's not going to work in a classroom. If you think about it practically, it's not going to work. This is what I would advise from a teacher perspective, and I always use that teacher voice, etc. So in terms of my transition, that's what I've learned, to reach out early, to collaborate a lot more. I've done that with so many of my colleagues, and I've built that strength. For me, even, there's something that we call at Microsoft, we have these one-on-ones with our managers, and then we do a connect, and it's really about reflecting on your career. And again, one of the things that I love about working at Microsoft, because what you're able to do is think about, where do you want to be in the next 3 years? Do you want to move to another team, or whatever the case may be? But it allows you to really to focus on your personal development. And when we talk about blueprint changes and the changes in the market and so forth, Microsoft is very good at that. So whatever happens in the market, the change will happen in Microsoft as well. So working with other teams and collaboration, and that's obviously just a very important 21st century skill in the teaching and learning space. So Lebu, just to respond to that question that you've just asked me, that's been my journey, in terms of my transition.
Yeah.
I want to, hand over to you again, and I just want to talk about, you've worked with so many multidisciplinary teams, and what is your experience? What is your learning from that as well? Because
Yeah.
I'd be interested to find out as well.
Yeah, thanks, Ronelle. As you were talking and I was listening, I was actually asking myself that someone who's a teacher today that might have a different background, because as you said in your introduction, you studied teaching, but I know even with some of my friends, some of them go on to study, let's say, a BSc in maths or even physics, but they've got this passion around education, so they continue on and get themselves a PGC, which is a certificate that legally allows them to be either in a classroom or the lecture room, And so what I would advise them to do if they are to reimagine their careers from a classroom perspective is to embrace technology. I mean, you spoke about 21st century skills. So there's actually a curriculum on that, on how learning in the classroom has changed, and how do we empower educators to effectively make use of technology in the classroom. But I also want people who have these different backgrounds, like if you have a strong maths or physics competency and you did join the education space, don't forget that passion or who you are. Try and marry that into your new role. So when it comes to disciplinary teams, I was fortunate to be exposed to working with different people from various backgrounds, you know. And normally, the thing that would make us come together would be the problem that we are trying to solve. And often it needs people wearing different hats. And in that journey, I actually came across a lecturer at Central uh, University of Technology who said, I see you talking about multidisciplinary, but what about intradisciplinary? So there I was challenged a little bit, but what he was essentially saying is that some people come from different backgrounds and then land into another speciality. So bringing what you learned in a different field can actually empower you to really bring value to this new field that you might be exploring. So I also invite people to not judge people by their titles. I'm going to actually recommend another book. It's by Robin Sharma called Leader with No Title. That book changed my life because it said to me that it doesn't matter at which stage of my career I'm in or what I'm employed to do. When there's a job to be done, do it. You know, so it's and one thing I like about Microsoft is that it's also given me an opportunity to stretch in areas where maybe are not primarily my focus, but because it's something I love to do, I get an opportunity to do it, you know. And sometimes taking on extra responsibilities that might not be what I want to do, but I'm like, you know what, it has to be done, you know. So leader without a title actually says that in everything you do, apply excellence, you know. So don't say, oh, because I'm a CEO, this piece of work is too below me, so I won't do it. And one person that really lived that is one of my former colleagues, Derek Kutsia. He was the CEO of a nonprofit that I once worked for, and he would do some stuff and I was like, but you're the CEO, you're not supposed to do this, we will do it. And he actually showed me that, you know, if you care about something and put the success of the team beyond your own, then at the end of the day we actually win together, you know. So I really am pro for multidisciplinary. So I say we need different people of different mindsets and backgrounds if we are to get ahead in anything that we do. It could be a small project, it could be tech based. Let's bring everyone to the table. I hope I answered your question.
You did, absolutely.
Thank you. So from a skills perspective, Ronel, you talked about working closely with our colleague Oviwe, who's
Yeah.
more technical. But I'm also interested in what keeps you going, what keeps you successful. Because I mean, when you first entered the corporate world, it was a scary environment. But now, like when I met you, I didn't know that about you. So I was surprised because you do what you do so well. So I'd like to know that what skills did you acquire in this journey that keep you relevant, that keep you successful, and doing well, you know, in doing what you do.
Thanks for that question, Lebu. You know what? I think what's been the success of my journey is really about that lifelong learning that I spoke about earlier. That again is encouraged by Microsoft. So we have required learning that we have to do as well. It focuses on everything that's top of mind in business, what's happening in the market, whether it be cloud economics. That's one of my required learnings that I have to complete by the end of November. So it's really that following that path. But I think Microsoft has really afforded me such a great an opportunity to grow. And what I mean by that, remember, I started as a trainer. And then I moved on to managing people. I was called a teacher engagement manager at the time. So I was really managing the other trainers, and giving them advice. And what held me in good stead at the time was, my background in teaching, obviously, but also just supporting my colleagues at schools and so forth as well. And during my university time, I think in my honors, I had a wonderful professor, Madiba. I'll never forget her. She encouraged us in terms of the flipped classroom, and that word is no longer a buzzword. Everyone knows what the flipped classroom really means is. But she
I don't. Please,
and
please
that's what
tell
you and
me.
I always have these discussions about. So absolutely, I'll define it. So what a flipped classroom really means is that the learners have the ability to have the content before the actual lesson happens. So
Okay.
the content could be in the terms of giving them videos, even if in a textbook format, a hard copy, so they can consume, work through the content, etc. But what becomes meaningful in a flipped classroom situation, as an example, is the class face-to-face time with the teacher is now more about problem solving, as you spoke about earlier. So it's more about, I've dealt with the content already. Now, how do I, these are the questions that I have about this content as well. And really just those learning theories have held me in good stead as well. But coming back to your question, Lebo, as I started with being a trainer and so forth, and now moving on to the industry executive role, and most of you, would be very, I'm sure it would be very surprising that I'm actually in sales now. Think of it as an educationist. That's what I do now, but it's more around thought leadership. So what Microsoft has saw in the market is, yes, we do sell licenses, and that's what we're known for. But what I bring to this industry executive role that I currently have is my education and, that thought leadership. Why do you need to use, applications like Power Apps, for as an example, Planner? Why do you need to use Flipgrid to engage learners and so forth? So when I'm having these very intimate discussions with customers, whether it be in the private or public school space, I can really inform, our customers a lot more because of my background. And really, what Microsoft is really focused on now is, as an industry executive, no longer just an account executive, my role is more advisory. It's consulting with the customer, not leading with the solution anymore, going the Office 365 route or whatever it is, M365 apps. But rather talking about what are your needs, what are your challenges, and how can we support you. And in terms of that key piece is what excites me about my new role at Microsoft, being this thought leader. And most of our colleagues always, like just as you do, Ronaldo find pedagogy or whatever, because I take it for granted that these are just words people, know, or etc. And the last point I just want to make, Lebu, is, what I've seen is in this journey, and I really, applaud everyone just for joining this session today, because it really means that you're open to learning new things. And it's referred to just-in-time learning. Now, on a Sunday, I never get to cook during the week. I'm always very busy, but on a Sunday, I normally, look up recipes, etc., for my family, and I make something new, and that is an example of just-in-time learning or experiential learning. Where you're really trying out hands-on, and that's the way learning has changed. This blended approach, where you're using a device and consuming data, but then you're also reflecting and analyzing and assimilating that data as well. So I hope I've answered your question, Lebu, and you've learned something new from me today again.
No, I think every time I talk to you, I learn something new. Thank you for sharing. So the flipped classroom, it was the first time I heard that word today. I don't know about anyone else that's on the call. And are there any final takeaways or words of advice that you have for educators, learners in terms of choosing a career?
Yeah, but just hang on 1 minute, Lebu. Just before we get to that, I want to ask you a question. I think I think you can share quite a bit of information before we get to that. In terms of reimagining your career or the learnings from your unconventional journey,
Yeah.
do you have anything that you'd like to share with anyone, with everyone?
I think going back to how TK introduced me earlier, saying that I'm an intrapreneur, and probably people are wondering, what does that mean if I'm employed in this role that I'm in? But basically, it means being a problem solver. And in terms of reimagining careers, um, anyone who's either studying or in their role right now, asking themselves how technology is going to impact their current jobs, I would say it's good that you're thinking about it. And even if it scares you a little, there is something that you can do about it. For example, in the banking industry, let me actually say financial services industry, they're making more and more use of what we call robotic process automation. And what that is that it's like a controlled, automated systems, if I should put it that way. So they want to empower their employees to focus on like the the real problems or what their main job function is, and anything that's routine like or administrative, they automate, you know. And for some people it scares them because they think, oh my gosh, what if my entire job role is automated, you know? So I would say, as people work towards advancing technology, we need to also empower ourselves and see, hey, in this role, what is it that I bring differently, you know, and in which areas do I need to upskill in order to stay relevant? So I would say technology touches everyone, and I get scared when I hear someone saying, oh no, my job is safe, I won't be impacted by AI. And I can tell you today that everyone, whether you're an educator or whether you're a future skills manager like myself, I mean, you can get a AI engine to actually, you know, help other people in terms of where they want to go with their careers. But I often try and add the human factor and say, okay, how does what I do differentiate from a machine if they were to do the exact same thing? What do I bring that would be valuable to the next person? And I think these are very important questions that we need to ask ourselves. So students who are studying in university, I went there myself. I actually studied engineering. I didn't finish though, but yeah, I served some time there. so I would say it's not, because some people then think, oh, if these people are successful having not had their degrees, maybe school is not important. I would really caution against that. So learning is still important, but I think one of the things that universities are also doing today is reimagining how they deliver these different courses. So I work a lot with some of the decision makers and curriculum content creators in universities. And what they're looking at is, hey, this is what the industry is saying. And when we say the industry, it's really data. So one of our sources for these data is what we call the LinkedIn economic graph. So it aggregates data from LinkedIn and actually realizes or extrapolates information as to which jobs are in demand today and what subset of the market is actually able to fill it. And it can even project as to what other careers are opening up. And from the skill sets that are available today, how many people can meet that demand, you know? So I would say it's our responsibility to start reimagining our careers. Everything is different. Even how doctors do surgery is different. They rely a lot on technology. But also what I love about technology is that when used right, it can actually benefit society. So another areas which I really have in is AI, but not for purposes of becoming a data scientist or anything like that. But I really want to learn as to how can I use the power of AI to achieve some of the goals that I have, or what are the actual ethics of AI? Because some people are afraid. They think, oh my gosh, technology is going to destroy us, or it's going to do this and that. I say, educate yourself, you know. So Microsoft has this resource called AI for Good, and it focuses on a number of verticals. I think it's about 5 of them: health, um, earth,
Education.
yeah, education, and I think culture. Culture is the one that I found. Heritage and culture is the one that I also found interesting, because I didn't know AI could play a role there. But what I like about it is when we say AI for good, it's about ethics, using technology for good. And even at university, if you're studying, whether it's computer science or engineering, one of the compulsory modules that you need to do before graduating is actually on ethics, because the university is saying, hey, we've empowered you with this knowledge, but we are trusting you that you will use it for good and not for harm. So I would say, for anyone looking to see how they can transition or actually perform better in their current careers by embracing technology, they should really look into the various learning resources that we have. So if you just look up Microsoft Learn, you'll see we've got a learning portal. And one thing I like is that for people who don't like reading, because everybody has their own learning style, we also have what we call Learn TV, which speaks to the concept of just-in-time learning that you spoke about, Ronelle. So there we've got like 5-minute videos where you can quickly learn how to do something. If you want to learn how to code, we've got videos on that, which you can do step by step on your own time. And all the learning resources that are also on Microsoft Learn are free. So we don't charge you anything. You don't need to subscribe to anything. You can just create your account and start learning, and also do some assessments and a little bit of projects. And when you feel like, oh my gosh, I've finished this learning path and it's really something that I want to specialize in, then you can take it a step further and actually write a certification exam, and that is recognized globally. So you can say, hey, I may have a degree in accounting, but look at me. I now took on this learning path, and I wrote the exam, which shows that I have competency in Power Automate or robotic process automation. Would you consider me for this role, or would you allow me to work on these projects? You know, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question in terms of the takeaways, and just share a couple of resources. The nature of my teacher background is always to leave you with some good takeaways as well. And Lebo, to your point, with universities now also having to pivot and very fast track their curriculum changes as well, because they've got to make sure that they again are relevant. For university students joining this conference, my advice would be to supplement anything that you're doing currently with your degree with a certification, Azure Fundamentals or whatever. And Lebo spoke about our Microsoft Learn platform, a great resource. So, the risk that you run is that if you're going to do a 3 or 4 year degree, and you're not just extending yourself and doing something else, you may, by the time you finish that degree, you may not be relevant. So try and stay relevant. There's a couple of resources I'd like to share. Microsoft, we think very differently about education as well. And when I mention this word, if there's any young people, their faces are probably going to light up when I talk about Minecraft and education as well. and it's Microsoft's game-based learning platform, and it's not gamification. The difference or distinction there is when you play a game, for example, you're doing it for fun, to relax your mind. And yes, some of your games are strategic and so forth as well. But with Minecraft, the game-based learning aspect it's always attached to a learning outcome. So any teacher could use Minecraft. And a perfect example would be the chemistry world that we have. So mixing different compounds, doing it in a simulated environment that's safe and so forth as well. Or maybe teaching an additional language or a second language, through, an avatar on Minecraft, and using that game-based learning experience as well. If you want to learn more about that as well, also very easy to remember. And another thing that I'd also just want to point out, we have different events coming up. The Computer Science Week that normally takes place from the 7th to the 13th of December. Teachers can choose to do this at any time. If you go to the website code.org/Minecraft. Every year we have a new Minecraft challenge, and it really teaches the basics of coding and so forth as well. And for educators, don't get bogged down about, I'm not a coder, I'm not a developer. Give that opportunity to your learners, for them to experiencing it. I promise you, they're going to teach you. And be open to that as well. Another program that I'd like to just talk about in terms of Microsoft is our Global Learning Connection, coming up on the 10th and the 11th of November. And what we do is, for 48 hours, our VP, Anthony Salcito, then connects with schools around the world, and he learns about their culture, about their schools, what they're doing around hybrid learning is a big theme this year as well. And they do these connections using different platforms of Microsoft. Yes, Microsoft Teams, but other platforms like Skype or Flipgrid, etc. And again, I would encourage you just to go and do a search on that as well. And my last takeaway is about digital transformation. I can't not speak about digital transformation in education. Microsoft owns a property, an IP called the Education Transformation Framework. It's built on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are leadership and policy. So if you think about what is your vision for change, most schools had to reimagine what their vision is during this hybrid teaching and learning. It also speaks to school and student success. So what are the kinds of things that you need to build in and take into consideration for accessibility and inclusion? Microsoft Key's focus is on inclusion and accessibility. And our manager, Glenda Miles, is very good at doing this when she runs our video conference meetings through Teams. She'll always make sure that everyone is engaged. And that's just about one example of accessibility, but Microsoft has so many different tools. There's one called the Immersive Reader, specifically just for education, to enhance comprehension and so forth as well, that I'd encourage you to go and look up again as well. We've also got intelligent environments, especially during this time of hybrid teaching and learning. How do you use AI and analytics as well to create learning interventions? If you can see that a learner is struggling and you analyze their marks, etc., what sort of learning interventions need to happen as well. So I've spoken about 3. I'm thinking about the last one. Teaching and learning is the last one. So how do you need to change your learning spaces? And your learning spaces have changed already, just because of hybrid teaching and learning, the social distancing and so forth as well. But it's really about moving your classroom furniture around, to create that collaboration and stuff like that as well. A great tool. Again, if you just do a search for Microsoft's Education Transformation Framework, there are 2. There's one focused specifically on basic ed, and then there's one for higher ed as well. And that would be my biggest takeaway in terms of resources that we could share with you as well. Libu, that brings us to an end, and I don't know if there's anything else that you want to share with everyone, but that's my final thoughts for today.
Yeah. So what I'd like to share is that One thing that's new that we launched is what we call Cloud Skills Challenge. So let's say you do go onto our Microsoft Learn website and you start embarking on your learning journey and feel as though that you want to get certified, and maybe you're not able to at the time buy the actual voucher yourself. You can take part in the Cloud Skills Challenge, and you would get a free voucher. So what I like about the Cloud Skills Challenge is that it takes into consideration all the learning that you were doing on Microsoft Learn. And once you complete your learning path, that's how you unlock the free voucher. So that's one way of doing it. And if you are currently unemployed and looking to get into either the tech space or making use of any of the digital solutions that are out there for purposes of getting ahead in your vertical industry, then I would recommend that you look up what we call the Microsoft Global Skills Initiative. So there, Microsoft has in partnership with LinkedIn Learning, has made available learning resources, both from a technical as well as a soft skills point of view, to make sure that people whose jobs were impacted either by the pandemic or for some reason they're not working can gain skills that would actually give them an opportunity to be employed again. So our success through that initiative is in getting 25 million people employed. So whilst that is a global number, even here in South Africa, we are taking the initiative on and actively supporting people by working with some of our customers in the country to ensure that together we meet that goal. So please look it up. So there you will have access to resources, not just on Microsoft Learn, but on LinkedIn Learning. And you would be able to write some exams as well. So all the learning that you complete, whether it's on Microsoft Learn or LinkedIn Learning, you would be able to update your LinkedIn Learning, your LinkedIn profile, showing potential employers which areas or competencies you've now gained. So that's something that I would want to leave you with. And Lerato and Sotsoto have sent me a message saying they would like us to open up the Q&A session to the attendees.
Sure.
Ronelle, if you're happy with that, I think we can proceed.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm not sure if you're going to read out the questions or do we do so? I see lots happening on the chat.
So one question I do see is about links that I can already just drop in quickly for everyone.
Yes.
And I'll also share the educator community website that Ronald spoke about earlier. So this is where teachers or anyone wanting to enter the space can go in and learn about how teaching and learning has changed, and how they can equip themselves with the skills to be able to offer those services. And the Global Skills Initiative one, by the way, the Global Skills Initiative is really a limited time opportunity. So if this is something that is affecting you today, I would say, please go and register, because one of our biggest milestones is to be able to, to have some results by March next year. So please, as popular culture would say, don't sleep on yourself.
Are there any questions besides that, Lebo? In terms of the links?
No, I don't see any questions. I don't know if they've sent some to the organizers.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to come off mute, or maybe if you've got any questions that the audience has brought up in the chat that we're not aware of, we're happy to respond to that.
Hi, Ronelle and
Hey,
Lebogang.
Lerato.
Thank you so much for an incredible dialogue. Actually, I wasn't expecting to be this engaged with the dialogue, and I've learned quite a bit. I just wanted to mention maybe to the participants, please feel free to unmute yourselves. This is, I think, the only slot we're going to have in today's conference where we can actually engage with speakers directly. So please feel free to unmute yourself. We are monitoring the chat, but it's always better to kind of see and hear you. I think that way you'll better express yourself. I have a personal question, I think, for you ladies. We are seeing quite a lot of employers now going the LinkedIn Learning route. And I kind of, I get where we're going with it, but I'm also not sure, what advice can you give employers to get people into that culture of, this is now supposed to be a lifelong habit? Because I think we're still kind of like, oh, is this because of COVID? Okay, when it ends, this will also end. So what are some of the tips that you can give, us as employers, trying to get people to really embrace a lifelong learning as part of their lives?
Yeah.
Thanks, Lerato. I'm going to hand that question to Lebu, but one thing that I will say, Lerato, in response to your question is also to be very intentional about the courses that you recommend for your employees to complete. So don't just leave it up to them and say, go on to LinkedIn Learning. Actually, choose and select the actual courses that you would want them to do. Be very intentional about that. Lebu, you are the expert on this. Go for it.
I share the same sentiments, Ronelle. So thank you for saying that. But I believe if people also took responsibility for their own learning and recognize that the opportunity provided by the employer for them to have access to LinkedIn Learning is actually quite a privilege, because with LinkedIn Learning, you can learn anything. It's not just the technical skills. It's also really good at that just-in-time learning that you spoke about. So even with professionals that have been in the industry for years, I would say you don't know everything, and the way to stay ahead of the game is to have a continuous learning culture, and also try and tap into other skills areas that would really improve your performance if you closed that gap. So yes, you might be a brilliant software developer, but maybe you don't do enough as far as documentation is concerned. So that means that the piece of software that you're developing will be harder to maintain by someone else because it's not very well documented. So it's little things like that. And documentation is also not something they teach in school. So this would be an extra learning that you would need to do on the job while you're in industry. And even for employers, I would say it's not just for your employees. There are some learning resources for you too. Management styles, or how to grow functional teams, so having teams that work together is really, really important, and being able to inspire people, so that it's not just a tick box exercise. Then that way you would actually leave a legacy, no matter where they go. After having been with you, they will always remember you having invested in them. So it's not just a COVID thing, it's really a lifelong journey. I say take it in chunks.
Absolutely. Great advice, Lebu. Lerato, I'm not sure if there's any other questions, if people want to come off mute.
Yes, so I have a couple of questions coming from our Facebook live stream. The first question comes from Ntate Mokake, and he's currently a high school student, very passionate about building solutions to accelerate illustrative education and early adoption of technology through STEAM. Now he would like some advice. I think, Ronelle, this is probably your forte.
Yeah, so it's wonderful when young people are, already trying to think about their careers, right? So, my response would be to look up a wonderful resource that Microsoft has also made available besides the code.org /Minecraft to encourage coding, is Microsoft Make Code. If you do a search for that, it's a wonderful curriculum. And what I love about this curriculum, we're currently working on an offline solution, and we know, not many people, have very good connectivity and so forth. So that's top of mind for Microsoft as well. So this content is going to be available offline as well. What it does allow you to do is to use the current resources that you have. And what I mean by that is, if you're starting your journey on coding, for example, and you want to build a robotic arm or whatever the case may be, you can use cardboard, you can use straws, those kinds of things, and you can code IoT using Microsoft, the simulator in Make Code as well. So that would be my advice. Look up Microsoft Make Code. It's an excellent way, especially if you don't, have those expensive equipment and resources. It's a great way to start your journey, especially in STEAM. And I'm so passionate and so excited to hear from a learner who's thinking about their career already. Thanks, Lerato.
Absolutely. We also have another question that's coming from our Facebook live stream. Does Microsoft offer free certificates on data science? This is coming from Ntate Saikiani Muji.
Oh, that's
Okay.
Lebo's forte.
Yeah, thanks, Lerato. So I've also just dropped in the chat the free learning path that's available on Microsoft Learn when it comes to data science. And in terms of certification, like all certifications are not free. However, there are a number of ways of leveraging a certification voucher. So if you are a student at a university, chances are your university has those vouchers. So I would say maybe either speak to your lecturer or your careers office and inquire if maybe they don't have a certification voucher which you can use. Many institutions are making that investment today. And if you are a job seeker looking into getting into data science, the Global Skills Initiative would be the best route of going about it, because then they offer a discount on the certifications that can't be matched, So normally these certifications are about 165 US dollars. And through the Global Skills Initiative, they've managed to take that price down to about $15. So that's like the price of a McDonald's meal plus a McFlurry, I think. Yeah, and a drink. So yeah, and remember, these certifications, once you are certified, it is globally recognized. So it's not just in Africa or, like South Africa or Lesotho or anything. No matter where you go in the world, it's something that they do recognize. And whilst on the topic of certifications, I really encourage people to do deep learning, meaning they shouldn't become collectors of these certificates. Imagine tomorrow you've got a certification in data science, one in like a whole lot, right? But if I ask you to do something, you're not able to build it. I really encourage people to invest their time in the building part as well. As you'll see, as you do the learning paths, there are some exercises. Try and not stick to the rules, meaning if you do an exercise and they say change this, do that, yes, do it. But after completing it, try it differently and see what results you get, because you get to learn more than just by following the instructions, And also GitHub has some free resources for both students and job seekers, in the sense that any project that you work on, even if it's following a data science path on LinkedIn, on Microsoft Learn, you can actually start your GitHub portfolio by documenting everything that you're doing on Learn there, and meaning at the end, you are able to show someone and also monitor your own growth and development by saying, hey, when I started, I was literally following the instructions. I didn't know much, but this is where I am now. Now that I've maybe further developed my skills, let's say you started the data science path without any knowledge in Python or C#, and after that you wanted to make the experience even better for yourself, and you went on to do a programming in Python course or programming in C# course, then you are starting to actually become a data scientist. So I think it's really important for people to understand that it goes beyond getting certified. It's about really intensifying your skills by building the solutions.
I don't see any further questions in the chat, and I'm not getting anything from our Facebook page. Perhaps, guys, and this is a personal question, I think we have a perception about, age and learning. I was listening to you guys, and you have such a rich path, the both of you. And one would be tempted to think, well, it's rich because you were young and you had the energy to learn. What advice do you have for someone who is, like myself, mid 30s? I'm probably not that interested anymore. I think I'm not that interested. How do I actually start, and how do I kind of fight that psychology of the age? Maybe I'm too old for this.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and I'll ask Libu just to add on as well. Age is nothing but a number, and I think it's also just to always make sure that you are thinking of ways to improve yourself. And that Libu started off with, if you an artist, you could also just go into web design or whatever the case may be. So there's any skill that you can very easily transfer, as an example. And if you look at our roles, me starting in education and now, moving to Microsoft and so forth as well. But what I would start with is really, have conversations with friends, with family. What are they doing in terms of their evolution of their career as well, to motivate yourself and so forth as well. And read up on blogs and top of mind what's happening. Our VP Anthony Salcito has a great blog. If you just look up the name Anthony Salcito, just those kinds of things, sort of to motivate yourself. If you're not, and you don't need to know everything about each and every topic. You need to know small chunks, like Libu referred to it as well, just in time learning. And I do that on a daily basis. If there's something that I don't know how to do, I'll quickly go onto YouTube, watch a video, etc., and then supplement my learning, and always, fact checked. Because resources on the internet, again, one needs to interrogate and reflect on that as well. It's not always necessarily true, but that lifelong learning process is really, I think also it's the people you surround yourself with. I speak from my own experience as well. My husband and I are both academics. He's an engineer by trade, as well, but working in the corporate space, but now moving into IT again, so he's currently also doing an informatics degree. So it's the people you surround with, the collaboration with other people to motivate yourself. And age is just something else. And I know, one of my goals is that eventually I do want to have my doctorate, and it's not for anyone, it's for myself. It's to increase my self-worth, to specialize again in ICT and the successful integration of education and technology. But it's that path, it never ending. And our previous MD, Zoab Hoosen, asked me that question when I started at Microsoft. Ronel, will you ever go back into the teaching and learning space? And I said, absolutely. It's part of my semi-retirement plan, to give back. I definitely will, whether it be, as a motivational speaker or just going, doing substitute teaching for a term or whatever the case is, going into universities and assisting students with their thesis or whatever the case may be. Absolutely. So that would be my advice, Lerato. I'm sure Lebu's got lots to add as well.
Yeah. So I would say it, don't look at it as an age thing. Maybe I think it also goes with personalities. I think when people think about learning, they think, oh my gosh, I have to absorb all this information, and they might not necessarily be readers. So I love reading, I read a lot. But I've come to learn even from my own nieces that not everybody is a reader, but it doesn't mean they don't like learning, you know? So it's all about learning styles. So if you know that maybe you wanna catch on a new skill, but you don't want to have to go through tutorials and read all sorts of information, then we've got the same content available in video format, and not like hours and hours of video format, really small, like 5 minutes/10 minute video formats, which after that you would have gained a new skill. Another thing that I've been exposed to is really people that come from completely different backgrounds and went on to get a career in tech. So one of my colleagues, Jay Richards, she actually went on to study medicine. She studied medicine, completed her degree, but then was so passionate about education that she, after graduating and everything, instead of going and practicing medicine, she chose to become a teacher. And now she's in corporate. She's working at Microsoft and really influencing the industry because she engages a lot with different ministries from all around Middle East and Africa, and makes sure that the policies that are in place are actually going to benefit people who will enter the learning space years from now, you know. And also working with organizations like your UNESCO's and stuff that want to do work in Africa. You know, how do they partner with organizations like Microsoft so that that greater vision is realized? So I would say, if you don't look at learning as something that you have to do, but as something that really empowers you to do what you want to do, then you will have a different attitude towards it, you know, and it doesn't matter how old you are. And Ronelle, I actually see in the chat there's a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
I think
question?
TK will jump in there to, I know you're dying to have a conversation.
Yeah, so I think for me, before we get to the two comments or two questions rather, for me, it's more of a comment, what Lebogang said. Firstly, I love Robin Sharma, a leader with no title. So for me, the biggest takeaway was we tend to judge people by their titles. And for me, the one thing I've learned through that book is you're not too big for anything. If you're a CEO, be kind enough to a cleaner, because the cleaner could actually be a better leader than you as a CEO. So your title should not define you. The second thing that was a takeaway for me was the ability to keep on reinventing ourselves. I'm a big advocate of lifelong learning. So when the lot of us is there an age to it? I'm like, no, there really is not an age. And you don't necessarily have to get a degree all the time. There are various ways for us to learn. You know, you can learn through, like Ronelle just said, you can learn from reading a blog. You can learn from I'm personally learning a lot from YouTube at this point in time. You know, I've learned so many skills during the COVID era, from video editing to search engine optimization to everything in that space. So I'm a finance person, Ronelle, but I'm also in sales like you. So the ability to move from one platform to the other, one industry to the other. I mean, if there's somebody who's trained as a medical doctor who's moving to education, anything is possible. So for everybody on the call on Zoom and streaming live on Facebook, my message to you is you can never stop learning. So let's keep on learning. But also what Lebogang said is, it's not just about acquiring all these certifications, it's what you do with them, you know. So we tend to have, I can do this, I can do that, but can you actually do it? So for me, what keeps me going is, I've got the qualifications, I've got the certification, I've got these new skills, but how do I use it to make a difference in my community? How do I use it to make a difference in the society we live in? It goes without saying that our countries, both in South Africa, in fact, globally, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. How are we using our skills to drive the digital transformation? If you are seeing kids in the community and you have the ability, like sort of to do a workshop for them, also bearing in mind the COVID conditions, should you not be doing that instead of, sitting at home doing nothing? So let's use the skills that we have to really, really, really make a difference. And I think at this point, I will read Tisha's comment. And her question is there anything Microsoft is doing to assist public schools in Southern Africa with the virtual learning for the thousands of kids now unable to go to school due to COVID-19?
And TK, that's top of mind, definitely. Our focus has been on specifically on public schools because we don't want to broaden that digital divide that's already existing in parts of Africa or most of Africa. So currently what Microsoft has done, there's various ways in which we've helped our public schools specifically. I'll give you one example. The Eastern Cape Department of Education, as an example, they said that they wanted to make sure that their grade 12s were able to finish off the year and write the exams, and how could Microsoft assist? So what we currently then did is we worked with all their grade 12 teachers, upskilling in terms of using Office 365 applications to its full capability. And I'm talking, not just about video conferencing, but how do you do assessments and those kinds of things using technology as well, self-mark assessments and things like that as well, to make, teachers' lives easier and so forth as well. So we worked, if I think of numbers, on the top of my head, we probably reached over 1,000 teachers in the Eastern Cape. That was just one province, one example. But also, as part of my bio, I work with a special group of teachers called the Microsoft Innovative Educator Fellows. Currently in South Africa, we've got 19. One of them is a top finalist of the Global Teacher Prize Award, Makudu. And these fellows really are our champions at Microsoft. And I always use this example because this woman is so well known. If you look for her on Twitter, her name is Techno Granny. I call her affectionately Maputu. What she does every day is she invites learners from her community into her own home. She's a retired principal. And what she does is, she lets them Skype with other schools around the world. So just, collaborating, learning about different cultures and things like that. And I always use that story. And I've got so many stories about what the fellows do. Another principal, Jonas, as well, in the Limpopo province, which is very rural in South Africa. He actually decided, as a school principal, he's not going to let COVID stop him at all. And he started using the Teams app as well, and inviting other principals so that they could still continue meetings and, and so forth as well. So our fellows, even if you just look them up, they're great. And even on Twitter, they're very, very active on Twitter as well. Amazing champions of Microsoft technology education, and then always keen to help as well. Another thing that Microsoft also started during, specifically during COVID, we also had a portal where you could reach out for different questions and stuff like that if you wanted to use our applications and so forth. For public schools, what we also did is we provided Office 365 for free during COVID as well for our public schools. It's called the A1 free license. So, there's so many things that I could speak about in terms of what we've done specifically for public schools during this time as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ronelle. My next question would be, how do we get some of these services to the public schools in Lesotho? But I think that's a conversation we'll have offline.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
No, it really is. As you were talking, I was like, Eastern Cape is so close to Lesotho. Johannesburg is only 4 hours away from Lesotho. So how do we extend some of those amazing platforms to the Lesotho context? But I think also mentioning the Tech Granny, it really just makes so much sense, because technology is really a game changer. You were sitting in South Africa, I'm sitting in Lesotho, Lesotho is in South Africa, and we have people across the Southern African region rather, who are joined here. So, and again, for me, Twitter is such a great platform. So please do drive engagement. The official hashtag is hashtag Techcon Lesotho, and the second one is Techcon, hashtag Techcon 2020. So please keep those comments coming through. There's another comment from Puteo who's asking, I would like to know if Microsoft provides any training or certifications for trainers who are interested in providing these trainings for those individuals who still prefer a face-to-face learning approach.
Absolutely. I'll take this one again, TK. Education.microsoft.com. There is a specific course. I'll put the link in the chat as well. We refer to it as the Microsoft Innovative Educator Trainer course. So what that means is you would go through a learning pathway on different modules. And what I always like and enjoy about this is it doesn't just show you how to, or give you the competence in using Office 365. It also speaks about the correct methodologies and pedagogy from a trainer perspective to apply when you face-to-face, when you're doing hybrid learning, blended learning, etc. So I would recommend that course, education.microsoft.com, the MIE trainer. If you search for that, you'll be able to find it. It's quite a long pathway in terms of the number of hours, but that's how you can gain your competency certificate as being a trainer, and then build. That could be your business that you run, where you empower schools and you go face to face to schools and you start implementing training. But it's a great way to start your training journey as well.
Ronelle, so in the chat, I also shared information on how to become a Microsoft certified trainer. So this is for people who perhaps want to train in a face-to-face or virtual manner in areas, in technical areas. For example, the data science path that someone asked on earlier, I did share information on that. And I see that this also allows me to add a document. So I'm going to add one that you can just download and have a look. I think it's better formatted than the link. It talks about the Microsoft Trainer, Certified Trainer Program Guide, the benefits, what do you need to meet in terms of the requirements. And another thing that Microsoft did due to COVID, they really want to increase the number of trainers out there so that people are able to benefit from learning from individuals who have expertise in areas. So if you enroll into the program now, it won't be at any cost to you. However, to be a trainer, I think it's a membership that's renewable year on year. So to ensure that you stay on top of the technologies yourself. So please do have a look. It also provides information on resources, on where you could get the instructor manuals and student manuals for the courses that you will be delivering. So I've added in the chat a program guide for the Microsoft Certified Trainer.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very, very much, ladies. With 1 minute left before we go to the break, Ronelle, I'm very passionate about retirement planning, by the way. So when I heard that you're already thinking about retirement, I was like, yes, yes, yes. I love it when people are planning for the retirement and are thinking about the financial impact, but not also just the financial impact, is what are you going to do with your time and how are you going to contribute? So with literally just 1 minute left, I'm going to ask for one closing remarks. It's a phrase, a comment, a sentence, not a paragraph, a sentence, a quote that you guys want to leave the audience with for this morning session.
Yeah, my favorite saying is the first attempt in learning is fail. But what really drives me, TK, to answer that question, and it's gonna sound like I'm really being fresh, but I always say the world is conspiring in my favor. I wake up every morning saying that the world is conspiring in my favor, and that's how I keep myself motivated, especially during this time of COVID.
I absolutely agree with you. I share the same sentiments. The universe is forever conspiring. If you think about certain things, you will see them. Like, I am always thinking about my Audi Q3, and every single day I see the Audi Q3. So I know exactly what you're talking about right now. Lebogang, over to you.
I like how you speak things into existence.
I do.
So for me, it's two quotes that I live by. And one is teamwork makes the dream work. So that's the quote by John Maxwell. It helps me be able to think about the team in everything that I do. And it's applicable not just in the workspace, but even in my personal space. And another one is by Dr. Seuss, and it says, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. So this means that if we are not taking responsibility or caring enough to bring about the change that we want to see, then nothing's going to change. Yeah.
Incredible quotes, ladies. Thank you very, very much. And to everybody else, we're going to take a 10-minute break just to replenish our drinks, hydrate, go to the bathroom if you need to, and then we'll be back at 10:55 for the second half of the session. Thank you so much. Love, peace, and let's be the change we want to see in the world. Please come back. 15 minutes. Okay, I've just been told.
Just 1 second, TK. Sorry to cut in there. I'd like to thank Lebogang and Rondell for showing up today. And I think personally, as a Microsoft professional who's been able to certify and is hoping to gain more certification in Microsoft-related products, I'm happy that you're able to share such valuable information with the audience, and also to expose the diversity that is available and the pathways that are available. Lebogang did say the only option for working is not just being stuck in a dark room. I live in that dark room, Lebogang. That is my dark room. I live in server rooms all day. So technology is fun, guys. Just keep learning, and thank you so much for the valuable information.
Thank you, Sitsoto. Thanks,
All
TK.
right.
Thanks, Lerato.
Thank you very much, ladies. See everybody in 15 minutes. Please be back in 15 minutes. You do not want to miss out. We still have amazing speakers lined up. So see you shortly. Thank you very much.
And we're back. Welcome to everybody that was able to join us thus far. For some of us that are still coming in, welcome back. I hope you guys had a great break. I had a little bit of a snack and some warm beverage like TK told us to have. And I think I'm fired up for the second portion of today's conference. TK, you know, before we get into that, I was really reflecting on the conversations we were having with, you know, Ronel and Lebogang, and particularly, I guess, around this idea of, you know, lifelong learning. So when I pitched the fact that I think we do have an issue with age or ageism, and there's a psychology thing going on there, it's because that's probably some of the conversations we have. I know in my place of work currently, we're going through, you know, a lot of system changes. And I think the first thing that comes to people's minds is always, I'm too old for this. I can't deal with this. I'm too old for this. This is for you young people. And, you know, it was so inspiring for me, particularly to listen to Ronel's story and to also listen to how she has an extended plan beyond retirement, which I think is something we haven't started thinking about yet. You know, it's like, oh, I'm retired, I'm chilled. But she's really still saying she wants to learn. It was incredible for me. What did you think about the conversation?
Firstly, as an advocate for financial wellness, and not, in fact, not just financial wellness anymore, as an advocate for holistic wellness, because money is a very important part, but there's so many other pillars around holistic wellness, such as your intellectual pillar, social, psychological, physical, financial, environmental, because we need to live in clean, healthy spaces and the likes, So for me, that was really quite profound in the sense that not only is she thinking about what is she going to do during retirement, but she's also encompassing a lot of learning, And I think further to that, when she spoke about the tech granny, which I'm going to check out on Twitter right now, I'm imagining somebody who's in retirement. Firstly, she has a Twitter account. How are you in retirement and you have a Twitter account and you were active on Twitter account? So for me, that already says that you are never too old to do anything. And Lebogang, when she said that age is nothing, I'm not sure if it's Lebogang or Vanel, but she said that age is nothing but a number. It really is nothing but a number. What is key is the mindset. What do you want to learn? What do you want to be? And how are you going to use those, in my view, to make a meaningful contribution to the community that we live in?
So again, I mean, it's these conversations we keep having about, your own pace and your own race. And what I loved particularly, I think, about that conversation was how they kept showing us the changing context, because I think we tend to take for granted that the world is changing, and it's kind of changing with or without us. And it's better if it changes with you, because then you can define what your world actually then will look like. So, when she was talking about how augmented reality is something that's being considered in education, for me, that was incredible when I think about just the number of things you can move from the physical space into almost a simulated environment. I mean, you think chemistry experiments, you think all sorts of interesting things. And I started thinking to myself, perhaps I need to go back to school and become a teacher, because I just see, I now just see so much opportunity within that space, aided, by technology. And when she ended up saying, we really also need to think about it from a leadership perspective. We kind of lead entities ourselves. You lead TKO. We are at the Learning Mindset Foundation. What are we doing as leaders? And this is a challenge also to the 27 participants and counting. What are we doing as leaders in our spaces of influence to make technology conversations comfortable for people? Because we can see there is that kind of resistance and inertia. And how do we make technology and technology adoption intentional? What are we doing? I think that was a really, really important reflective piece for me to say, what are you doing to make the reality that's surrounding you a part of your day-to-day conversations and your intention to do something about it?
Oh, absolutely. And I think to add on to what you just said now, Lerato, is when she spoke about the artificial intelligence and how many people are so scared of it, and then she mentioned the ethics that goes with that. I was just like, that's a very interesting thing. Artificial intelligence, but the ethics aspect of it. And there's an actual course that teaches you on ethics in the AI space. So for me, I don't know, the future is really, really, really looking promising. And for me, I'm loving what technology is doing for us. Many a time we see technology as it's taking my job, or you see technology as this disruptive thing. But also in my space, the fact that I can do every single thing from the smartphone, in terms of my banking, in terms of communicating, in terms of working, I was sitting here preparing to introduce the next speaker, and I'm literally just on a Google Drive shared by Soto, who's in Johannesburg. And I'm just like, technology is just so incredible for the development, more so for a country like Lesotho, more so for a country like Lesotho, where we've been through the most. But without wasting more time, Ms. Ntaka, I have a couple of goodie bags in front of me. So literally anybody could walk away with hamper.
Well, it wouldn't be the Techcon if we didn't have any prizes. I mean, come on.
I
Come
mean,
on. It would not be the technology conference for Melibontate if we did not have some incredible prizes to give away. And it's really just, you just have to answer a couple of questions, just simple questions.
I always say there's no such thing as a free lunch, You have to work.
Absolutely. So here is the first question that we would like for the participants here, the participants listening live on Facebook, to kind of share with us. So we've been through a lot. I like that TK said we've been through the most. I think for some of us, March meant the start of a completely unimagined reality. And perhaps more so in the space where we still want to keep ourselves as productive human beings, whether you're in school, whether you're at work, whether you're just doing self-study, etc. So I thought it would be very nice for us to share some of the skills that we've had to learn between March and now, just to keep ourselves productive. I think we didn't think we would be forced to now rely so much on third-party software, productivity measurements, calendars even, were things we took for granted before March, I think. So it would be interesting for you guys just to share what are some of the skills that you've had to learn, in addition to maybe some new software that you've had to learn between March and now that has just kept you productive. Okay, and if you give us a nice answer, you get a prize. You get a prize.
And I think, Lerato, at this point in time, we can allow people to unmute themselves very briefly to share what skills they've learned. While talking about that, in my journey to become a content creator, I've learned how to edit my own videos. I've learned to edit my own videos. I've learned how search engine optimization works such that my videos rank higher on YouTube. I've learned how to, now I'm going into podcasting. So I'm learning how to edit a podcast, So I've been very, very productive during the lockdown period. But for me also, it's also been a moment just to really focus on my mental health and my well-being, and to really introspect on so many things that I've been too busy for. So being in the house by myself has really allowed me to introspect deeply on who Tukiso is. Not even TK, who Tukiso is, because TK is a brand, but who am I and what skills do I have? Am I still happy with what I have? So for me, that has been, and of course, learning how to do meetings, interactive meetings on Zoom, Teams, Skype, and there's another one that you introduced me to. I'll allow you to chat a bit more about that as well. But when you suddenly are hosting a virtual workshop or a masterclass virtually, and you have to break people into different breakaway teams and bring them back and incorporate YouTube videos and audio. So for me, it's really been learning, and I'm loving the confidence I'm getting to mastering and now the new skill is digital MCA. Who ever thought? Who ever thought?
Well, congratulations, TK. As we wait for a lucky winner, because we are really only going to take one person for this prize, to come in and tell us some of the skills that they have had to learn between March and now, just to keep themselves, productive. I'm glad you mentioned, that I introduced you to something new. That's always nice for me to introduce you to something new. But yes, as the Learning Mindset Foundation, we had to do a complete pivot when March hit, because our sessions were contact-based sessions. Our mentors were coming in physically, the kids were coming in physically, and although they were playing on laptops, they were still in one room. And so all of a sudden it's lockdown. How do we continue that program? So we were very, very lucky to get access to an incredible platform called the Eduous platform that pretty much sits on blockchain, is powered by AI, and it allows you to actually have face-to-face contact sessions, virtual contact sessions, but it also helps a learner to guide themselves in their studies, and that's actually aided by the AI. So it was incredible. And I mean, we had to do it at the speed of light. So sourcing that vendor, actually training ourselves, being confident to navigate that particular system had to happen within a week, because we needed to start class on a Saturday. So I think, it it brings us full circle to say, guys, it's when we used to say the world is VUCA, it's volatile, uncertain, and complex and ambiguous. We actually didn't think just how much it could get there. And if you think about yourself now and some of the tools that you're able to now command easily, and you think about yourself pre-March, you are a completely different person with completely different skills and competencies. So I'd really, really love to hear from anyone who wants to win a special prize from Basali Tech, what it is that they have had to learn between March and now from a skills perspective, just to keep themselves productive and afloat.
So guys, the whole point of a virtual conference is we need engagement. So our key performance indicators are engagement. So I'm going to challenge you to unmute yourself and tell us, what is it that you have learned over the last, is it 9 months, 7 months? I've lost track altogether. So what have you learned over?
Hello, teacher.
Oh no.
I think we're about to be hacked. Can we remove these people immediately?
Can we remove the 2 people that are waiting in the meeting room before Team Hacker gets here?
Yeah, I think we're about to be, well, the beauty of the digital era, and we have a speaker on cybersecurity, so these are some of the topics that you need to cover.
That's another thing we had to learn, right? The fact that gate crashing doesn't just happen at a physical party. Yes, people can actually gate crash a Zoom meeting. So unfortunately, I think we are handling the situation though. But I'm actually a little bit glad that happened, because people now know it's real and it wasn't just social media.
Yeah, so I think in the last meeting, Lorato, there was actually a very disturbing video that came up. So I'm glad that we haven't get into this. So, let's just try to manage the situation as best as we can. And I think while we're waiting for people to maybe share what they've learned, let's get ready to introduce the next speaker in the interest of time. Oh, okay. Good Lord. Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to take Metato now.
No, I don't think we should. Let's just find out from the team if we are able to handle the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ms. Soto?
Yeah, we're working on that now.
All right. No, thank you.
Okay, we actually have, I think, someone who wants to participate and share. She does want to answer, Me Matabana, but I'm not quite sure if we can do that at the moment because of the interesting gate crashes that have decided to visit our conference. So perhaps, Me Matabana, if you can just give us a second while we are sorting out the issue. Ms. Toto, if we can perhaps go on a short break, maybe play a video as we are figuring things out.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you guys for staying put as we were figuring out how to manage the situation. I think we are safely back in our session with people that actually want to attend our session. And Mayor Matabana, I would really like for you to try and unmute yourself and give us your experience between March and now. What are some of the skills that you've had to learn just to keep yourself productive as COVID has kind of done its thing to our life?
So it looks like...
Okay, there we go. No, there we go. I'm sorted now. The host just unmuted me. What a time to be alive. I was saying to TK just now, I don't know why I find that so like fascinating. It's almost like it was orchestrated. But anyway, going to the question, I mean, I feel like we've all been exposed to Zoom and all these other platforms that previously we weren't so conversant with. But what I think I discovered anew during this period was effective communication. You know, I think that we took that for granted. So, you know, without the aids of communicating in person, facial cues and gestures, I had to really, you know, go back to learning, you know, or even relearning what effective communication is, crafting my written message in a way that is clear to the receiver, you know, in the way that is intended. And also, you know, when speaking on the phone, trying to be clear and listening effectively as well. So those things have really come to me as like really new skills. The second skill that I've had to learn is really managing my time, you know, working from home, you know, not having that set schedule that was almost like a routine now for you to wake up, drive to work, get there at a certain time, have lunch and all of that. I've had to now manage my work and manage my time and productivity and balance life. So yeah, those are what have come to the fore for me during this time, in addition to the tech stuff. Thanks.
Wow, amazing.
And the award goes to Tabana Kotela.
Drum roll.
we will reach out to you on how to get your little gift bag to you. I know you are based in Maseru, and I will mention that our career services, I won't mention any names. Or should I mention names, Lerata? All right, so we will get in touch with you regarding logistics to get your gift bag to you or gift hamper to you. We do have two more.
Do we have her contacts? Do we have Mayor Matabana's contacts?
I've got her contact, so I will liaise with it. And so we have two other gifts that we'll be giving away from here, and then we can take it from there. But without wasting any more time, I just saw an interesting message.
From her, yay to you, absolutely. And please remember to go and share this on your social media platforms. Remember the hashtags for today are hashtag Techcon 2020 and hashtag Techcon Lesotho. So please, Mayor Matabana, tell people that you win prizes when you come to these conferences.
Virtual at that, virtual. And of course, big shout out to our sponsor, one of our partners, cdvn.com, for enabling us to do this amazing work. Basali Tech, we see you. But today, sustainability is a critical part, more so in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and the COVID pandemic. And it goes without saying that, the access to the internet becomes such a critical part for the work and the life that we are leading. So it is a pleasure, it is an absolute pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Thato Mochoni. Thato Mochoni is an alumni of the Mandela Washington Fellowship under the Young African Leadership Initiative. She is the Mandela Institute of Developmental Studies, AMINDS, and the Open Internet for Democracy Leadership Program. She is also a sustainability and communications consultant at Inspire Innovation Business Consultant, and she holds a Master's of Science degree in Education for Sustainability from the London South Bank University. So, Bomelo Ntate, I'm gonna try and introduce Metato with my best British accent. I'm not too sure. I'm learning how to sound very British. So if I don't sound British, please call me out on my accent. But Metato will be taking us on a presentation on harnessing the power of technology to advance sustainable development goals. We have 17 SGDs, and she is going to take us on how we harness technology to advance these sustainable development goals. Metato? Bomelo Bandada, while waiting for her to show up, allow me to give her one thing that I've learned from being a virtual digital MC is the ability for us to do a virtual round of applause. So please help me put your hands together to welcome our next speaker, Metato Muchoni.
Hi, TK.
Hi, Tato.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I can absolutely hear you.
Thank you very much. And a big thank you to Lerato. You guys are doing an awesome job. So well done for doing well. It is my pleasure to be participating in the second edition of the Lesotho Techcon Conference 2020. And a very good morning to everyone who is participating today in the conference. My name is Tato Muchoni, as already mentioned. I'm an African living in Lesotho. I am a sustainability enthusiast. I'm also an advocate for social justice. As TK has rightfully mentioned, I'm also an alum of the Open Internet for Democracy. So the Open Internet for Democracy is an initiative that connects and brings together the civil society, the media, and the local private sector, as well as political groups to preserve the civic space online. And each year, this program empowers emerging leaders from across the
Metato, my apologies. I seem not to be able to see you, and so I think everyone else is probably not able to see you as well. Can you maybe enable your camera?
Oh, Lord Jesus, sweetheart, I don't know what the problem is because this is enabled. Let me see.
These are some of the things we are learning with the virtual lifestyle we're living. All right, Bomelo Bandada, while waiting for Metato to rejoin. Yes, Lerato?
No, I was actually just accompanying you on this interesting segue.
Yeah, so I was about to say, the one thing that I've also learned during the last couple of days, well, months rather, is sometimes people force us to actually go live on video. And for me, I was also quite reluctant to go on camera today because I don't know if all the gentlemen in the conference today and on Facebook have the same challenges that I have in regard to my barbers. Guys, I try to get my haircut once a week, but I'm becoming very scruffy by the day. And to find a reliable barber is such a mission. So if you have a reliable barber that you'd like to recommend, I know Dupes has referred a barber to me. I'm yet to go meet this barber, but I can understand why a title would try not to be on camera because some days, you know, particularly when you're working from home, it's such a mission to dress up, you know, and join a virtual meeting where you just want to join with your pajamas and the like. So
I can safely speak for our speaker, Bomele Bontate. She always looks exceptional. I am very confident that she looks incredible. It's probably technology, as technology tends to do. That's kind of just wanting to shake us up a little bit, you know, get us excited.
It is. It really is. It really is. And I think for me, that's the beauty of technology is if something can go wrong, it probably will go wrong. But for me, what makes a big difference is the resilience and the agility and the speed at which we move on to fix things. You know, we got hacked and here we are back again. The show goes on, the lights are on, Tata is still on camera.
I think she, yeah, absolutely. So, you know, TK, when me Matabana was talking about how we have had to think very critically about the way that we talk to each other, the way that we communicate, it reminded me of, you know, this period where we kept separating someone's skill set. We would say, oh, they're hard skills and they're soft skills. And it's so interesting how, you know, between March and now, all of that has kind of meshed together. And it's also so interesting how without these so-called soft skills, which I actually think are more critical than the hard, it's difficult for you to remain afloat, because indeed, how do you talk to people if you have not practiced presentation skills, if you do not have some level of stage presence, whatever that might mean to you, if, you know, you stutter and you haven't really kind of figured out how to calm yourself and deliver a message. All of these things have happened in such a short space of time, and we used to neglect a lot of that. And I think COVID and going into the future, now that we have to change all of our skill sets, it's forcing us to remember to communicate effectively. And I really, really loved her answer, and thank you for sharing. With that said, I told you that our speaker was going to be coming on looking all gorgeous, and it seems that she is on. Hi, Metato.
Hi.
And she's got such a beautiful smile as well.
Yeah, no, guys, this is really bad, but I think it's good that it is happening today, because then this is an opportunity for us to really say there is a need for digital literacy, and there are so many people left behind, including myself. Here I am advocating for free and open internet, but there I am struggling. So what Mrs. Otto need to do better in terms of capacitating women and girls and other people that are excluded with these digital skills. Thank you very much, guys, for having me. Thank you, Lerato and TK, for a job well done, as always. I'm super excited to be part of the Lesotho Techcon Conference 2020. My name is Tato Mochone. I am a sustainability enthusiast. There's something that I always love to include in my introduction, and I want to repeat that, lest I forget it. I'm an African living in Lesotho. I'm also an advocate for social justice, and I'm an alum of the Open Internet for Democracy. So what the initiative is about is that it connects and brings together efforts by the civil society, by the media, by the local private sector, and political groups to preserve civic space online. When TK introduced me, he said, I will be talking about harnessing the power of technology to advance the SDGs. And that was the initial plan, TK. That was the initial plan, everyone. But along the way, I realized that indeed technology is bringing, it looks that it can turbocharge sustainable development. But unfortunately, as we carry out the different initiatives, as we have conversations around digital transformation, we ended up realizing in our different spaces as different stakeholders that we keep cycling to the same challenges that are inhibiting the potential of citizens, especially the developing world, to fully enjoy the benefits of technology. When the internet came, for a minute there, I know the majority of us thought, okay, it's flow of information, that's it. And then uninvited, 2020 with COVID-19, we were forced to live online, we were forced to learn online, we were forced to do everything online. And it is at that particular point that we realized the inequalities that exist in the world, especially when it comes to free and open internet, where the vast majority of our populations were not able to enjoy the full benefits of the internet, where other people were able to school online and to work online. It was a challenge for many people. So this is why this morning I said to Mr. Please allow me, because I feel like this will be a talk show for me if I'm going to go ahead and talk about harnessing the power of technology for sustainable development. While there are so many challenges, while we have to start at the basics to say, what is the basis? What can be the premise so that we are able to achieve this that we are forecasting as developing nations and as the world in general? So what do we even mean, ladies and gentlemen, by free and open internet? So free and open internet is where all citizens can freely express themselves, where they can share ideas, where they can engage in economic activities. So this simply means that internet has to remain both open and accessible to strengthen democratic engagement, to enable equal participation in the market, and to promote social accountability. But the biggest challenge remains that as more activities are taken online, we are observing new kinds of economic and social organizations that are evolving in the internet. And they're taking root faster than we had possibly imagined. But unfortunately, the other thing that is happening with this activity and the life that we are living online is that there is a corresponding rise in the use of internet as a tool to promote violence, to oppress individuals, to perpetuate prevailing inequalities, and to deny certain people access and use. And the evolving nature of the internet, as I have mentioned, it means that some citizens are not even aware, or they are misinformed as how their fundamental rights, such as a right to speech, right to assembly, and right to association apply in the digital world. Many a time you hear journalists say, yeah, there is freedom of speech before you say it, but there is no guarantee of the freedom of speech afterwards. Many a time you see many lovely initiatives like Code Like a Girl by Basali Tech and many other corporates around, and many CSI initiatives that are looking to advance financial inclusion, that are looking to bridge the gap in the digital space. But there are underlying challenges that range from geographical locations, where we see telecommunications company limiting their infrastructure to certain areas where there is a dense population that guarantees a revenue, where governments are not enforcing or are not collaborating with the private sector, with the regulator, such that these populations, which may be rural populations, are included in the plans for infrastructure, such that they are able to participate in the economic space, in the digital space. So it is on this premise, therefore, that I decided, no, I'm going to change my talk for this morning. Instead of talking about harnessing the power of technology to advance sustainable development goals, let us not let this be just a talk show, but let us talk about the practicality of the challenges that we are facing every day in Lesotho as a young person, as a young professional, as someone who has relatives in the rural areas, as a citizen who is aware of the challenges that are happening in your community. So this is why I'm zooming in my talk to the democratic principles of the open internet, which I believe can serve as advocacy tools that organizations can use while encouraging governments, while encouraging the private sector and the civil society to adhere to the universal rights. And these principles are 9. They were formed by the work of the United Nations International Internet Principles, and which is a multi-stakeholder working group that pioneered efforts on how internationally human rights can be recognized and manifested in the digital space. The first one, very common. We always talk about it. We always talk about freedom of expression. So the internet, as it is a space for robust public debate where all people should be free to engage, regardless of their religion, regardless of their gender, regardless of their ethnicity and sexual orientation and socioeconomic class. And they should be able to freely express themselves, dissenting opinions on policies, on procedures, on public figures, and to debate on any subject line without interference, without fear of attribution. But what is the practicality of this? In an example of Lesotho, for instance, there are factors that are inhibiting free expression. And this is not just the case of Lesotho, it is also the case with many developing countries, as well as the developed world, where we see regulatory bodies requesting internet intermediaries such as your internet service providers, your web hosting providers, your website administrators to remove social content on social media because of the usual paranoia that comes with politics or with authority when it cannot be held accountable, or when it feels like it is inappropriate for citizens to be trying to hold it accountable. A common one in the SADC region is the abuse of defamation and intellectual property law, which is mostly used to stifle expression. We have incidents that we can relate to where we had our local journalists being taken to court for defamation because of something that was said on social media. We also have arbitrary blocking or filtering of content. This is where you see governments blocking specific news or media on the website so that citizens are not able to have such access to such information. Sometimes you find political figures flooding the internet with harassing language, and we can relate. I was very specific that I wanted to zoom in because these are issues that we can relate to, and it is important that we understand what our challenges are for attaining free and open internet, such that we are not just bystanders, but we are aware of case studies in other countries where they have experienced such, and to say, as young people, as the future generation, as social justice advocates, as open internet advocates, to say what is it that we can do to ensure that free expression is ensured and it is upheld as a principle for free and open internet. The second principle that is mostly infringed by government specifically is the freedom of assembly and association. The internet, it's a given. We don't live without it. And many a time you are in a meeting or at any given place, someone is on their phone. It has become that addictive. It has become a place that we connect, we get information, we network, we learn, we work. In the time of COVID, we have seen how important it is. It is also an important platform because if we watch organization of people or movements, like your Black Lives Matter, there is now NSALS in Nigeria, where citizens were able to come together to collaborate to advance their democratic goals. So they should be allowed, of course, to do this peacefully, to associate with others on the internet. And this internet provides such space. But this is also a challenge because many a time citizens are prevented from accessing certain websites or messaging apps. An easy example is that of China, where we know certain apps are not allowed in that country because of the authoritative nature of their government. And this is something that we are also seeing. I remember recently there was something that was making rounds on social media, and I think the closing date for a submission of opinion on that matter was just yesterday, where the regulator had shared a draft bill where it was saying for a person to have an account of more than 100 people, they have to do certain things. And many young people were very annoyed by that. And my take on that was that these are things that we see happening. These are things that if we stand on sidelines as young people, as advocates of free and open internet, will go into implementation if we do not give the said opinions. This is characteristic of governments putting pressure on social media to remove certain things because they limit their ability to go and do as they please without conforming to proper governance, without being held accountable by the citizens that have put them into office. So this is just another example of how governments are suppressing freedom of association, freedom of speech, and what we as young people can do, what we as citizens can and have to do in order for us to really get to a point where we can fully reap the benefits of technology. The world over is talking about the fourth industrial revolution. I know Melagato is very passionate about the fourth industrial revolution. I think what always moves me back is how far are we? How far back are we? Many people are shaking in their boots right now. My job is going to, I'm going to be replaced, this and that. And then you look at the way we do things in Lesotho as a country where people are still very not paperless, you know, where you'd assume that in the time of COVID-19, where the government itself was saying, let's go digital, let's avoid the use of paper. But the same government is at the forefront where you see advertisements everywhere, people saying, or the ministry is asking people to submit applications by hand, you know, physical copies. And then you realize how the misalignment, and this is why it is important that we appreciate these principles as founding tools that can help us get to the next level. The other important principle that I like to look into is accessibility. And this principle simply says that everyone should be able to access and use a secure and open internet. Whether you are a woman, whether you are poor, whether you are educated or not, you should be able to learn about the internet, to access the internet, and to use the internet. And to ensure this equal participation of all citizens, the public and the private sector, and all other stakeholders, they need to identify and address existing inequalities in accessibility, particularly among marginalized populations. What do I even mean by this? I was listening to Lebu and Renee talking earlier about what Microsoft is doing in South Africa to make sure that during the time of COVID, students are able to access educational content. In the case of Lesotho, we have had offers. We have had in the news where the two telecommunications companies were saying, we have zero-rated all learning platforms. And you would say, at least something has been done. But now the question is, how many people have devices that can allow them to access this content? And how many people of those that have devices that have connectivity to electricity? And how many are literate digitally for them to be able to participate in the said spaces? And with the impact of COVID-19, where people were out of jobs, and the opportunities that some other parts of the world were able to tap into was e-commerce. You know, people started producing and finding markets online. And now the question is for Lesotho, how feasible could that have been when we have internet designed in a way that is discriminatory in itself? What do I even mean by that? It is the responsibility of the government and of the private sector and of other stakeholders to ensure that accessibility also means that people are able to get into the internet and to find value in it. The question that was asked was, if we are saying a particular section of the population is not able to enjoy the full benefits of the internet, and now, are there reasons why they should be coming to the internet? Let me make an example of my mother. What reasons would my mother find to come to the internet? Because there is never content. I'm talking about in the context of Lesotho, there is never content that talks to specific populations. And you see internet as a tool that can be enjoyed by the literate, by the urban, and by people who are in a particular socio-economic structure. So the issue of accessibility is another very important principle that a government needs to uphold. But unfortunately, this too is still inhibited by many other factors, which include but are not limited to where you see broadband plans omitting or unreasonably delaying access to rural communities, as I said. And reasons are mostly commercial. There are also issues of high cost, which prohibit access to poorer communities. Now, data is luxury. As we are forced to live online, as I said earlier, the inequalities are exposed. Other people are missing out on opportunities because they cannot afford the high cost of data. This is over and above others that I mentioned who are not even able to afford devices. Another challenge that comes, which inhibits the issue of access, is the regulatory framework that fosters competition, which you find that in many countries it doesn't exist. I'm not very conversant on what the regulatory framework in Lesotho is around competition. It's something that maybe we need to look into as very active as stakeholders in the space of advocacy. So the issues of the principles of free and open internet are the building blocks to us moving to a level where we can comfortably say we are in a position to harness the power of technology to advance development. I'll make an example of an app that we have in this country called Nokane. Nokane is an app that was designed by GIZ with the whole intent of fighting gender-based violence. So it is zero rated. Women can go onto the app to access information, to get counsel, to get help when they're experiencing issues of domestic violence. And the uptake of the app was not as expected. And the reasons were, one, the women who were targeted to benefit from the app were not able to upload the app because they were using very basic smartphones. So it was a point where someone had to choose between having a WhatsApp in their phone or having an app in their phone. So even when the innovation is coming that looks to address social challenges, but we still have this underlying challenges that inhibit access to enjoying free and open internet. So this is why it is important that we do not ignore, but rather we focus on the principles as the guiding tools to achieving a free and open internet. There's also an issue of privacy and data protection. We come on these digital spaces and we do not know what our information is going to be used for. It has become such a threat to many people, especially to minorities, especially to women, where they find that their information is used to exploit them, where in other parts of the world you find that in very strict countries where gender norms are prescriptive to what women can do, what they cannot do, where teenage girls have been imprisoned because they were seen dancing on a video which was later shared and they later had to face the music. So the issue of data and privacy is very important, but it's not something that is, I don't want to say taken very seriously. In a conversation that we had with the Internet Society the previous time, I think this is something that is very close to Melarato's heart, and I think she will add to that. I'm not very conversant on that, so I don't want to do it any justice. But the issue of privacy and data protection remains a very sensitive issue, where we see not just governments, but organizations taking data of their clients, and such data ending up in the wrong hands. And this says there is need for digital literacy, where as we are introduced to these innovations, as we are introduced to these technologies that look to transform our lives, we understand what we are signing up for. We understand what is at stake. We understand what our rights are. We understand how much to disclose and how much not to disclose. And in a democracy, really, there should be laws, very strict laws that say, that stipulates data protection, that stipulates that data cannot be used that stipulates that data cannot be used for reasons unintended for. So there are really many other issues that I would love to touch on, but due to time, I'll just limit myself to just this ones. I would love to, before I go, touch on the issue of personal safety and security, which since we moved online, I don't know how as human beings we were able to separate, because this is something that we also hear on social media, where you see someone speaking disrespectfully to other people, saying the meanest things that are not characteristic of the person as you know them, where you hear people say, Ash, Hasina, Facebook. So this is, I think, because of that notion and that belief, it has gotten to a point where we have lost our morals, where it is easy for people to post threats, to be disrespectful of others, to sexually harass others online, and all forms of harassment and bullying that we see happening in the cyberspace. So there needs to be protection against online disinformation, against trolling, against harassment. This is a principle that government needs to uphold. And when such is not happening, this is where we see Lesotho, among other countries, being included among the many countries that are recording the high rate of suicide, because young people are literally living online, and this is where this harassment and threats and all these other things are happening. And this therefore says the government has a responsibility. But as we know, we have seen, I was looking at something on social media yesterday where the talk was around a media policy. The last time I worked in the media was in 2016. By that time, I knew that there was a media policy which was 10 years old. It was a draft. It had never been a draft bill. It had never been finalized. To present day, Lesotho still does not have a media policy. So when we talk about regulation around data and privacy, when you talk about regulation that talks to inclusion and all these other things, it could just be really nice talk. And unless as a civil society, as private sector, as individuals and all other stakeholders who have a particular interest and come together and to explore what we can do, to learn from the best practices of what other countries are doing, and to say, how can we bring this home and customize and bring it to the context of Lesotho, and to work jointly with government such that the laws or whatever governance that comes and is around internet is for and by the people. The other very important principle is inclusion. I did mention this earlier when I was talking about sustainability, but in this instance, we are talking about inclusion in terms of cultural and linguistic diversity, which must be promoted on the internet. It means that we ensure that all people are included, people with disabilities. In Kenya, for instance, with what they have done with their M-Pesa, the mobile money platform, they have made it easy for disabled people to be able to use the facility. It is a challenge in Lesotho for disabled people. In an interaction that we had with them on the different platforms, disabled people are excluded in all forms of communication. And while innovations like your M-Pesa are looking to advance financial inclusion, but there's still a segment of a population that is left behind. And this says to us, if we are saying we are advocating and we are moving towards a free and open internet, which will translate into ICT being a turbocharger for sustainable development, it means we do not leave anyone behind. And this means that the government has to ensure that the online space is not closed to participation to women, to minority populations, and to marginalized people. Content that is being published on any platforms, the government needs to ensure, through its policies, it needs to ensure that such information doesn't exclude translation for non-primary language speaking members of the population. In the time of COVID-19, there are messages everywhere where we are saying, wear your mask, wash your hands. But have you said, have I said, have we collectively said and asked ourselves, how are disabled people accessing information? Talking about the visually impaired, talking about all forms of disabilities. How have they been impacted with accessing information, with adhering to the COVID guidelines that are there? So the issue of inclusion, it is important as a premise for a building block to a free and open internet. And lastly, network quality. Network quality, this principle simply says that everyone should have universal and open access to the internet's content, free from discriminatory prioritization, filtering, or traffic control on commercial or political grounds. It means that citizens must have equal access to information that is publicly available on the internet. This means that governments should be running away from filtering content, ordering website developers and the regulator to remove certain content because it does not sit well with the authorities, and the unnecessary continuous paranoia that we are seeing day in, day out, where there are threats to internet shutdown because the government feels like there is some unruliness that is happening because of the content that is being shared on social media. So all in all, that's what I wanted to share today, the democratic principles of a free and open internet. Because when these are not realized, no matter how many innovations that we may come up with, no matter how many innovations that we have, if these principles are not upheld, we'll still have a vast margin of our population being left out of the digital space. We'll still have people from the rural communities not having access to the internet, not being able to participate in the space, and not being able to afford internet or gadgets or any other form that allows them to fully participate and enjoy the benefits of being on and being on the internet. Lesotho, through the Basali Tech, has been hosting programs called Coding for Girls. This is where they capacitate young girls with skills in coding. And she will share that they have had challenges of reaching the very remote areas where they went to schools, and they found that there was no electricity. And other challenges were that there was no buy-in from the schools because the principals felt that it was a waste of time. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done before we get to a place where we can comfortably, happily, and safely say we are in a position that we can harness the power of technology to advance development. And I think it was important for me to really direct my talk for today to this particular issue, because I'm of the opinion that there's many young people and many citizens in the developing world and the world over. Their hearts are in the right place. They need to see development. They need to see the end to gender inequality. They need to see unemployment issues addressed. But when we do not address the underlying issues, but we try to come up with solutions, not understanding the root of the problems, we might end up creating more problems. Talking about the issue of unemployment, for instance, Lesotho still continues to be rated as a country with the highest literacy rate. We have the highest number of graduates. And when you sit back and you try to analyze and take in what could be the problem or what has been happening, is the government planned well at that particular time and said, we need to sponsor students to do particular programs. But when the times change, we are still behind. This is why we have so many graduates waiting and queuing for jobs that are not coming. There is a high demand for technology skills. There is a high demand for other skills like your sustainability. There are new careers that are coming up, your social media managers, your health and safety. It might have been there for some time now, and many other fields in technology, but we do not have such skills. And for us to really get there, it means taking in all these principles such that there is alignment to each and every ministry, to the country's national strategic development plan, to the UN sustainable development goals, such that we are not trying to solve one problem only to create the other. This is it from me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for being part of the Techcon conference. A big shout out to Mrs. Otto and team, and a big shout out to Mrs. Otto and team, and a big shout out to Melerato and TK for doing the most at all times. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I speak for myself and I think for everybody else. I also see Mayor Matabana has a comment for you in the chat section. You know, Mayor Tato, every time you speak about issues around the internet, I'm always left with a sense of, you know, I get goosebumps first and foremost, because I realize the extent of the work that still needs to be done. And while we are absolutely trying to champion as much as we can all of these advancements, it just leaves you with a sense of, oh, it feels like we're safety pinning things together, and we haven't actually gotten time to sit and unpack exactly what it is that we can do with what we have and what it is that's still remaining for us to do to get us to a place where, you know, like you said, people can enjoy open, you know, access to the internet in its truest sense. And I think for me, you know, reflecting on your talk, you mentioned some very critical points. And sometimes these are things that I think in all of our different corners, we actually don't sleep at night worrying about the steady progression of the digital divide. There is a financial digital divide that we are seeing in this country, and I think in Southern Africa in general. There is absolutely an issue of data. And I think my key issues was, who owns data, particularly on these platforms that are collaborative. So, Zoom, as an example, is to me a collaborative platform where its value increases because we are on it and we are sharing insight. But at the end of the day, you find that we don't necessarily own any portion of any value that Zoom mines from what you and I did on it, right? And you're absolutely right. This increasing feel of surveillance and almost an authoritative view on how I self-express on the internet is becoming incredibly concerning. Where would you say we should start? I understand that there are principles, but in a country like, Lesotho, what do you think is the most pressing issue that we need to concentrate on?
Okay, thank you very much, Melrat. I think the principles as they are, we cannot start with the other and leave the next, because as I said, with systems thinking, the domino effect, one falls and everything else falls. So I think they have to be taken in totality. And it takes the different players in the field. And I think what is important with all these different principles, as you take a closer look into them, what they entail, you realize that they lie with the different players. And for that reason, which makes it more easier for people who are in the space of cybersecurity to say, this is what can be done for us to help citizens and to help the government at the same time to enjoy the full benefits. Because yes, we are saying it is coming, the internet is coming with possibilities, but there are also threats. And it doesn't mean the government is the enemy. The government still has to protect itself as well, and it has a responsibility to protect its citizens. So I think what needs to be done is the different stakeholders need to come together with their expertise, with their tools, and be intentional. Let us have the communities of practice. Let us look at what is being done in other countries, and let us see what are the things that we can adopt. But I think more than anything, Melarato, what you're saying is very important. You're talking about content. I have seen that TK is pro content creation. There are many people that are doing that. But I think you have a task as young leaders to encourage people to create content. And there is also a job opportunity in creating content. Like I was saying, talking about the issue of unemployment. Yes, there is unemployment, but the current situation has also presented a lot of opportunities. So this is something that we can tap into. Let me make another example of the issue of content. A question that was asked was, if we are saying there is a digital divide and people from certain demographic locations are not able to participate online, what is it that can be done for them to be able to lure them? So an easy example could be digitizing government services, where you don't have to go into the physical office, but you can apply for your birth certificate online, where you can, there are actually certain services that can be done online. And you can get it online. If we have our national IDs now, there has to be the linkages to the system such that we start digitizing these services. And when that happens, that means everyone else is finding benefit in the open space. But things as they stand now, it looks like internet and other people are left behind. And this also reminds me of a conversation that we were having when we were having our dry run. We were saying we are so worried, because of data, people might not participate. And that really should not be the case. That should not be the case. Look at us right now being frustrated about our children being left behind because a whole academic year has been wasted. Does it look like the government has a plan? No, it doesn't. So we are on our own. What are we going to do as citizens? What are we going to do to hold even the private sector that plows business within our community to shape their CSI initiatives in such a way that it talks to addressing the societal challenges, the very pertinent issues, such that it is not a touch and go, such that when they design their projects, there is intended impact, there is traction, there is alignment to the country's national strategic development plan and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And there is coordination such that there isn't duplication of efforts where you find everyone is giving everyone data. If other people are giving data, then come, bring your gadgets, then come, provide space, then come, bring your digital skills capacity workshop, something. But it requires coordination of all the stakeholders for us to take all these principles and set a premise and take it from there.
So, Tato, for me, you've raised really incredible points, very, very important topics at that. For me personally, when you speak about the government and not having a plan, and as citizens having to come up and close that gap, for me, what was quite concerning, particularly during the lockdown, the nationwide lockdown, where in order to protect ourselves as citizens, the government forced us to stay at home, But with that being the case, business still had to continue, And for me, what was really quite scary was the fact that we are still a very paper-based country where we drive around with memorandums that need to be signed and signatures. And I remember one particular time where I was sitting at home and I needed one of the directors or senior managers to sign off a paper. And just to get that signature during the lockdown period was really quite frustrating. And for me, I was sitting here thinking, why is it so difficult for us to have electronic signatures? And at the back of that, such a powerful innovation, but there is no law that regulates that. So for me, when you speak about the laws that come with everything else, technology is advancing at such a rapid pace, but as citizens, as a country, we are lagging behind in terms of keeping up with the laws. And how the government takes its time, it really is frustrating. When you look at what the Prime Minister said in one of his addresses to the nation, he spoke about digital financial inclusion, digital financial literacy, But we are still in a country where ordinary citizens are still intimidated by an ATM, an automated teller machine, intimidated. Now here, the financial service providers are coming up with mobile apps, cell phone banking. How are we bringing our people along with that? And what initiatives are we coming up as the government, but more so the citizens of the country to drive that, to close that gap rather? So for me, you've really raised some important points, but the law really needs to keep up. And that says that the lawyers and the lawmakers, the policymakers really need to introspect and try to keep up with the technology. So thank you for a very amazing presentation.
Metato, as always, I mean, you always leave me in awe. I do have okay. Meti says, I think, doesn't know that you're part of the Internet Society Lesotho, and so she's urging you to join. I have another comment from ntate Alan Ramabudi. Ntate Alan, I'm your former student, if you don't know. So hi, my lecturer. Thank you for joining us. I think this was really a commendation from him to say that he is quite proud of the work that is being done. The passion to drive inclusive participation in the digital economy is quite admirable. And absolutely, I think the work that people like Metat and other members of, groups such as the Internet Society, Basali Tech, Learning Mindset. There are all sorts of pockets of what I call brilliance and excellence. And, while I did say sometimes it feels like we're safety pinning things together, I think we're also trying to drive the need to do more. And hopefully that is going to slowly permeate itself into other aspects of our society that we see are lacking, particularly around issues of how do we protect participation on the internet? How do we grant access to participation on the internet so that we can see the value of, of living in this type of connected society? So, Methato, for your time this Saturday. I heard that you had to rush all the way to work because you were having some internet connectivity issues. So we really, really appreciate your time. Having said that, I would like to then please continue sharing your comments, your posts, whether it's on Facebook Live. Please use our hashtag Techcon 2020, hashtag Techcon Lesotho. While I introduce to you our next speaker for the day, our next speaker is ntate Melvin Twabala. Ntate Melvin is a software engineer at superbalist.com. So for all of us who are shoppers, I'm really, really excited to hear what he has to say for us. He has worked on building back-end microservices with a focus on building reactive applications and integrating with third-party APIs like payment gateway providers and also courier partners. He is also a co-founder at codepool.tech. He has delivered multiple talks at the PHP Cape Town meetup, and he possesses a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science. Please join me. As TK said earlier, let's give a warm digital clap for Ntate Melvin Twabala.
Hi, morning everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
Very audible, Dr. Melvin. Please continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Melarato, for a very delightful introduction. Yeah, my name is, as already stated, my name is Melvin Twabala. And yeah, I'm a co-founder of codepool.tech, which is a company that specializes in providing DevOps as a service. And then until yesterday, actually, I was a software engineer at Superbalist. Now I'm more like doing some consultation work for them. Other than that, of course, yeah, Melaratos already mentioned that I did a lot of talks in PHP Cape Town meetups, which I see myself as a clean code evangelist, where I deliver talks about writing performant, scalable code and all those kind of things, writing reactive architectures, which include event sourcing, CQRS and all those type of things. So my talk today is not as technical as my usual talks. So I might be not 100%, but I will do my best. So my talk today is about extending intelligent virtual assistants beyond home use. So first off, I'm going to talk a little about and then give examples of this so-called intelligent virtual assistants. By the definition that I got from Wikipedia, of course, they say they are software agents that usually perform certain tasks as per user's request. So that, yeah. So example of these things are, we see them in our phones. I'll touch on this a bit later. So usually they are used primarily in home use. So if I can talk about a few of them, like they are usually used to control your home automation devices and then interpreting speech. Most of them nowadays, like they have both natural language processing and then natural language understanding, which is very interesting. They also can be used usually for sending emails, doing your to-do list, setting reminders, and all those kind of things. One thing I don't like about them, they are very good at telling lame jokes. I don't know why these people keep doing these things, but they are trying to make intelligent virtual assistants tell jokes, and then they always tell lame jokes. There are a couple of these intelligent virtual assistants from different providers. I think Google has Google Assistant, and then Apple has Siri. I think Microsoft has Cortana. Hopefully, Bob from Microsoft can help me with that one. Yeah, but I think that Microsoft has Cortana, and then Samsung has Bixby. So I'm gonna do. So usually, like I said, we use all these things for kind of like everyday tasks, like you can, for example, I have like a Google Home speaker here where my everyday task will be like, okay, Google, open John Oliver on YouTube, and then it just goes straight. It's already connected to my TV, and then it goes on YouTube, plays the video, the latest video on YouTube by John Oliver, and then I can say, okay, Google, remind me to make your call at certain time, and then in the morning when that when the time comes, it will actually send a reminder to my phone to say you asked me to remind you to do a certain task. But what we are seeing now is a lot of companies are starting to move towards using these virtual assistants to benefit them or for their companies. For example,
sure, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
Oh dear. So I've been saying, okay, Google a lot now, my phone is listening.
All right, wait to remind me to make your call at a certain time, and then in the morning, when the time comes, it will actually send a reminder to my phone to say you asked me to remind you to do a certain tasks. When do you want to be reminded?
That's the application right there working and embarrassing me, but that's fine. So yeah, I was talking about how other companies are starting to use these applications to kind of create shortcuts in their systems. For example, if you can take your phone now, for people who use Android phones, I don't know about, like, I haven't tried this on an Apple device or on a device that has Amazon Echo as a default assistant. But if you take your phone using your Google Assistant and say, okay, Google, search for Techcon Lesotho on Twitter, what's going to happen is it's going to take you directly to the Techcon page. If we have a Techcon page on Twitter, it's going to take you directly to that page on Twitter, instead of you having to open Twitter, search for Techcon, and then still click on that heading and then scroll through. So that kind of thing saves a lot of clicks, because, to be honest, we have a lot of apps in our phones which have a lot of buttons that we have to click. So if like more applications are starting to go towards this route where we are saying we can have you can go directly to a certain place in your device, in your application. This kind of helps your application to not only be faster, but to keep your customers kind of engaged. So yeah, one big thing about like e-commerce, I'll touch this again later on, is they want to make sure that you click that checkout button as quickly as possible. I don't know if for people who have shopped online, you have probably seen how much like the checkout button is always visible, usually with bright colors or very huge buttons. It's like the biggest button on the platform. That's how these things work. So now imagine you have this kind of application. I know PayPal also has implemented this kind of thing where you can just say, okay, Google, pay XYZ using PayPal. And then it will automatically open PayPal and then...
Okay, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
It will open PayPal and then it will go directly to the payment page with the amount, if you have had passed your amount in your command. Like so I can give a simple example about how Google has done it with one of their applications with Gmail. So if I can just say, for example, from my device, say, okay, Google, send an email to Melvin saying hello from my presentation. And then, so I'm just going to share screen quickly.
Sending your email to Melvin Thobala.
The host has disabled my screen sharing, but Ntate Mohal, can you please allow me to share screen quickly?
Yes, please try again. And I think we are attending to this issue just now.
Sorry?
I was saying we are attending to this issue just now. Sorry for that.
Okay, that's okay. I'll probably come back to it later on. Yeah. So the sending email for me is kind of like a personal use perspective of using this virtual assistants. Now, say you are a business, you have your app, like I just mentioned, PayPal and Twitter, or if I can talk about Ms. Soto's, she talked about Learner's Friend, which is, I think, their app like that has content about like different types of learnings. And I've seen that ntate TK has done a lot of talks and presentations about financial awareness and stuff like that. So let's say Learner's Friend, for example, says, okay, we're gonna use Google Assistant actions so that you can get to a specific place into Learner's Friend. So make Learner's Friend more friendly. So one thing that can simply be done, it can be something like you can say, okay, Google, open Learner's Friend, and you can just say, okay, Google, open TK's videos about financial education using Learner's Friend. So what's going to happen is in your application, your developers are gonna create something which is called a deep link, and then that link takes you specific to ntate TK's videos. The only thing that you are now doing is you are exposing those deep links onto the Google Assistant, and then you can specifically go to that specific place. So this, if you look at it this way, this is number of things that you have saved. One, you have saved me from scrolling and opening the app, and then now over clicking on the search box and now searching for ntate TK's content. By just using my voice, I managed to skip quite a lot of tasks, to be honest. So these are one of the things that can help us trying to skip over some of the things, because I think one of the problems with why we are where we are today is we are trying to move to follow tech the way other countries have done it. So we are still like around maybe 20 years behind, because we are thinking the best route is to go like follow how everyone went with everything. But there's an opportunity for us in skipping over a certain type of things, because Metato just now mentioned that we are trying to go tech-wise, but we are still excluding a lot of people. Like for example, if we incorporate these voice assistants into our apps, that on itself includes visually impaired people. Imagine now with COVID, and then like a lot of people, like the only updates that I've been getting up, if I go to the NACOSEC website, or if I go on Facebook, and then if those websites, most of them aren't even area compatible, like they don't have that access to rich internet application, they aren't accessible at all. So if that website, you could access that website or say something like, okay, Google, give me the latest stats about COVID in Lesotho, or more saying using the NACOSEC app. And then what that will do is, instead of you having to go and read there, it just goes on and says, okay, there are this number of new test cases. These are the number of new people who positive cases, and then number of deaths and everything like that. So we are at the point where we need to more and more start to include a lot of people in our apps, so that our apps actually get to be used. On top of them getting to be used, you get to you don't get frustrated by, like some of the applications are so unusable to a point of like you literally just say, okay, I'm not gonna do this. I have too many buttons, too many clicks and stuff like that. But then we can skip through, we can move our users to certain places in our applications by just exposing this exposing the deep links within our apps. Yeah, I think my talk is...
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, my talk is actually not going to be that long. I would prefer more questions so that I can answer as I go. But yeah, if I can go back to what I was trying to share. So I asked Google to send an email to myself. So, and then I'm not sure if people can see my screen, but at 12:33, I got an email. It says email from me via Google Assistant. So this is a simple thing. And then it included the message that I had in it, this is like one of the simplest tasks. So this message will be what is called it's just a parameter. So it can be anything depending on what your app does. So
sorry, Melvin, your screen is still not visible. Sorry for that interruption.
Oh. Is it visible now?
Yes, now we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, this is the email that I was talking about, saying. So I had asked Google Assistant to send an email to myself, and then it had this message. So it took from what I said, from simply what I said, it took that in and then simply send the email with all the content that I had. So this can be extended to a lot of applications, like I said, including, like I mentioned, an example of Lena's friend. And if we had a kind of something like this for NACOSEC and the COVID-19 statistics. And I had a demo, but yeah, computers don't play nice with me. So this year, when this COVID stuff was starting to be, we went through hard lockdown, and at that time I was still in Cape Town, where we were, if everyone knows, we were one of the worst hit places in South Africa then. I was developing this simple app where what I wanted to do was create a virtual assistant that I can just ask it to give me everything that's happening in Lesotho at that moment. It went to an extent. So this is an example. So I called it the Oracle for people, for some old people like me. They know the Oracle was a character in the movie The Matrix, who is someone who knew everything. So my app was supposed to know everything about Lesotho. That was the plan, but it's not. So initially, what I will do is, like, I would simply just say this, okay, we'll talk to the Oracle, and then it responds this way.
All right, let's get the test version of the Oracle.
Yeah.
Hello, Melvin. How are you today?
And then I respond. By responding, what I wanted to do is, what I realized was, if I wanted this app to read me stories, headlines and stories and everything like that, in a sense, I wanted it to be able to synthesize Sesotho language, which was a challenge, because if you listen to how this text written here, it's like it's not natural. So that's when I started going around and doing speech synthesis language. There's a speech synthesis markup language, and then I started trying to communicate with people who have done languages, so that we can do translations ourselves. Because I know a lot of you people who use Facebook have seen how even Facebook's translation is close to horrible. So these are the kind of apps that we can build using these visual assistants, where they don't not only include visually impaired people, but then they have information at close to your, not fingertips, because you're not typing, it's simply by your voice. Yeah, I think that's it from my talk. Yeah, if there can be any questions, I will be happy to get onto them right now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ntate Melvin, and thanks, TK, for joining us. You know, as you were talking, ntate Melvin, I started asking myself, well, two questions. The first one is around, you know, collaborative team building when it comes to app developments, particularly, you know, these virtual assistants that we really want to start making pervasive. What are you seeing as almost an industry norm? I mean, are people in languages now collaborating with developers and business analysts? What are you seeing in your space with regards to the way teams are developing around actually creating these virtual assistants? The second question from me is around, you know, where are we in terms of allowing these virtual assistants to understand not only language, but what we call language and nuance, right? Because sometimes a sentence can be understood in completely different ways, depending on the level of sarcasm I add or the lack thereof. Where are we with regards to actually
Is it my network or what's going on?
No, I think we lost her a bit. But I think while waiting for her to come back, Dr. Melvin, you can maybe continue with the first question, and then we'll try to get in touch with Lerato again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, the question was about what do I see a lot of people collaborating towards virtual assistants and stuff like that. So those kind of things usually are driven by the businesses themselves. It depends where the business wants to go. But what most people are actually doing, they are creating in the company that I used to work for, Exploitable, for example, they were like, you have people from what is traditionally used to be known as data science are collaborating more and more with devs, and then devs being more asked to do courses that are inclined towards data science so that they understand that space as well. So that when they develop this kind of apps, it's kind of a smooth transition. On her second question, I think she was talking about apps not being able to understand sarcasm and stuff like that. I think when I started talking about, when I started my talk, I did say most virtual assistants do a lot of lame jokes. So in terms of that, we are a bit still not, we are not there yet. I can just say we are not there yet. But there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of understanding emotion. I think I was watching a TED talk about making computers understand, like making artificial intelligence understand emotion, which though I didn't go deep into it, but I still think it's not that close yet.
Okay, so I'm just trying to check on social media, on Facebook, if there are any comments and in the chat. So I do encourage you, if you have any questions, you can either post it in the chat box below, or well, not below, I sound like such a YouTuber. So you can maybe post it on the comment section in the Zoom meeting or on Facebook. But while waiting for people to ask, we have another giveaway. And the first person to unmute themselves and share with us what the wildest result the participant has received from either Siri, Google Assistant, or any other of these platforms, assistant platforms. What has been the weirdest response you've received? I mean, I was watching ntate Melvin present and his Google Assistant was just going crazy. So if you want to get one of these, tell us what the weirdest response or result has been in that regard. Welcome back, Ms. Lerato.
ntate Melvin's. Hi, I definitely want ntate Melvin's Google Assistant because I don't know what version, maybe some private club that you're in, but I have gotten some very strange results. I mean, I know Bixby and I are not the best of friends. If I have my phone just a little bit away from me on a desk somewhere, I don't know what triggers Bixby, but I will then start getting directions to go to some weird place that I don't know. So I can already tell we still need to bond a little bit with Bixby. And Google has been a disaster. So I really wanted Melvin to tell us which version he's on so we can get it.
Before he jumps in, Siri has really been very arrogant to me. So when you speak about sarcasm, Siri is like, no, because I don't recognize that. I'm like, sorry, what? So for me, Siri is really quite feisty in terms of her responses. So I'm keen to hear, just like you, Lerato, what ntate Melvin has been, some of the weirdest responses or results you've received.
Yeah, so I was hoping I'll be able to do this demo to say, okay, Google, open just now also it has started again. So I was trying to do a demo where I was saying, okay, Google, search for Techcon Lesotho on Twitter. And then it kept coming up with a lot of names that are, you were actually, instead of saying Techcon, it was saying Tekken, which is some game, I think it's a game series or something like that. And then every time it would just take me to that Tekken page, which was written in Japanese and stuff like that. As of which version I am on whichever version everyone uses. But the thing is, I have had to train my assistant with my voice a couple of times until it can actually understand me better. So on your device, you kind of need to do that training so that it knows how you pronounce it. Yeah, it gets better on with how you pronounce words and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm not seeing any questions, TK. I don't know if you're picking up anything on your end. But we are still waiting for someone to share. What is the weirdest result you've gotten after using these assistants?
So Lerato, I received a message privately. I don't know why. I don't know if this person now wants me to name and shame them, but the comment goes, yeah, Google has called my teacher because it has challenges with certain names. So now imagine a case where Google decides to dial up your teacher. You're just like, yeah, okay. So I think given that nobody has commented, I'm going to share this person, Makoti Faso. We will give you this purely because I want to find out what the teacher's response was when you actually called. So let us know what the teacher's comment or response was when Google decided to dial up the teacher. But we also get in touch with you regarding collection of your little hamper bag, proudly brought to you by cdbn.com and the Techcon Team 2020. And thank you for your comment. Sorry, speaking on mute. But Melvin, I don't know if you have any other final remarks or if there are any questions coming through for us. But please, if you have any questions for Ntate Melvin, before we go into the last break for lunch so that we can stretch and re-energize. If there are no other comments, Ntate Melvin, what does the future look like for you going forward? You've left Superfluous, like you mentioned. What does the future look like while waiting for closing remarks?
Oh yeah, like I said, I'm moved now to a more like a consulting kind of roles. So I will be doing, I will hopefully be doing a lot of consultants work with a lot of companies here in Lesotho. But for now, yeah, my biggest client is still Superbalist, and I still have a few smaller ones, but all of them are South African companies. But yeah, I'm hoping to work a lot with Lesotho companies. And then the other thing that I'm excited about is I'm trying to build a development community where we will be hosting a lot of talks, similar talks, but then they will be going deeper. Like today I was just going through this visual assistance and stuff, but then in those kind of meetups, we will be talking deeply on how actually do you integrate this, which languages do you use, why those ones, and then the difference and all those kind of things. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going now, trying to encourage more developers here in Lesotho to participate in open source communities, because those communities give you a lot of exposure and you learn a lot from open source world. And yeah, so that's what I'm trying to go at the moment. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. So we got a response from what the teacher said. So it reads as follows. So it was during the lockdown period. So I just played along and asked a random question, like, when do we return to school? So I'm assuming that Makoti is a student. Yeah, quite interesting. So for me, the second question that day, Melvin, would be, so to a young student who probably wants to do what you do, what kind of skills, what do they study? How do they go about doing what you do from a career guidance point of view?
Yeah, so usually I did computer science, but usually there's, I think, people who do software engineering as well are also, yeah, can do, they can end up being developers and stuff like that. And there's this other aspect where that people are missing that I don't think a lot of people know about it, of boot camps, coding boot camps. Don't think we have one here in Lesotho, but there are a couple in South Africa where you don't necessarily require let's say a varsity degree to get into them. All you do is they usually give you a question, a couple of challenges, and then once you pass those challenges, you go to these coding boot camps, and then I think you go there like it depends. Some of them are a year, some 2 years, and then when you come back, you are an almost complete developer. You learn so much in those boot camps, and I've worked a lot with people, a lot of people who came from boot camps, and I've worked with a lot of people who came from varsities, and then I can choose someone who came from a boot camp over someone who came from varsity, just because of how, I think someone mentioned it, that we haven't been able to change towards what's happening now. So yes, our varsities are still kind of a bit behind in terms of which modules are being taken at the varsity level, but then boot camps are actually taking you directly into what's happening now, right now in the dev community. Yeah, so it's kind of those three routes that you can take. But the one thing that I can give advice to whoever wants to get into this space, practice. That's it. That's why I encourage people to do open source work, which is like you practice a lot of things. You meet a lot of rude people there, which is very important. So yeah, that's
All right. Loretta, I don't know if you have any questions before we let Ntate Melvin go. Thank you very much, Ntate, for a very insightful presentation. I personally have learned a lot. I'm just trying to see if Siri will respond.
You want to make us listen to your rude Siri?
Yeah, Siri, please go to my YouTube channel. Siri, please go to my YouTube channel.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try again in a moment.
Connection, I don't know. I'm on LTE. My connection is quite stable. Siri, please play some music.
I'm on it.
Ah! Siri is very smart, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Siri. Bye, Siri.
You should have asked Siri to organize your life in general. Siri, help me with my life.
I doubt she'll keep up. I hardly can manage my own life, so I don't think Siri has the capability, but it's worth a try. It is absolutely worth a try. So Ntate Melvin, thank you very much. And I think at this point in time, we're going to take 30 minutes just to go to lunch. And then we will be back at 1:30 just to have the last presentation and then wrap up the first of its kind in the Lesotho context, Techcon 2020 virtual, brought to you by cdbain.com. Well, brought to you by Techcon, Basali Tech in partnership with cdbain.com. Thank you very much. Well, hello and welcome back to the last segment of the Techcon 2020 virtual experience. I hope you guys are still feeling excited. I'm waiting for my co-host, Melorata, to show up. I hope the break was refreshing at the mic. We will be with you just very shortly. So, Miss Mpaka, are you somewhere in the... Oh, there she is, the lovely, ever so stylish Miss Mpaka is with us. I'm having my cup of tea.
I always like to make an entrance.
Grand entrance at that. Grand entrance at that. And if you haven't seen how grand her entrances are, please check out her Insta stories, check out her Facebook stories. They give me life. They literally give me life. So how was the break before we get into the last speaker for the TechCon 2020? I'm having my cup of tea.
Oh, nice. Well, in a rush to kind of also make myself a light lunch, trying to keep my diet under control. So I'm having fruit salad. No mind. I was really thinking about some of the conversations that we've been having, and I hope that all of our participants have also been reflecting really deeply on just how much work there still is remaining, but also just how exciting technology is, you know, in this era. I loved when Mayor Matabana said, "What a time to be alive." It has been my motto for the last 2 years. What a time to be alive. And, you know, looking at what Metato said, there's a lot we need to do. And I loved when she called on us as leaders, because I think we tend to strip ourselves of the power that we have to change the society, to champion open access to the internet. The questions we need to start asking ourselves are, what can we do where we are? What can we make our policymakers do where they are in order for us to get to a place where it is not out of the ordinary for us to be talking about Bixby and Google Assistant and Siri, because we now have access to those types of devices at cheaper rates. So I have really been reflecting, TK, on, you know, myself, the work that we do, you know, in our entity, the work that you do in your space as well when it comes to digital financial literacy. What can we do, you know, in order for us to really, really say we're beginning to participate and take cognizance of, you know, the fourth industrial revolution, as it were.
And I think you really said everything I wanted to say. But one of the comments that I saw on Facebook was alluding to the fact that there's so many young people already doing so many amazing things. So maybe it's time, like Meta just said, that we coordinate those efforts. And then, only then, when we work together as young people in our different spaces, doing what we are doing, only then will we see real impact and traction. So for me, the word of 2020 in my personal life is intent, collaborate, impact. And what I mean by that is we need to be intentional about the work that we're doing. We need to be very intentional about collaborating with like-minded people. And then lastly, let us work towards achieving positive impact, measurable impact, because impact is so broad and so diverse. We need to be able to actually quantify the impact that we're making in the lives of and the rest of Africa. So without wasting any more time, I'm going to hand over back to you to introduce ntate Mike, and then let's get the show on the road.
Wow, I just had my own unmute moment. Thank you very much, TK, for really, to me, a privilege to be introducing our next speaker. Our next speaker, Ntate, is Ntate Theko Michael Moima. Ntate Theko Michael Moima is a cybersecurity instructor. He is an exploit developer. He is a researcher, and he's also a computer forensic examiner. His background comprises of diverse elements of the information technology landscape. It includes web technologies, network engineering, as well as data administration. He has an associate degree in information technology from LUCT. Ntate, Ntate Mike, rather. Over to you, Ntate.
Thank you very much, everyone, especially Melagato and ntate TK. My name is Mike, and I am a computer hacker. So I'm working here at the Catholic Comprehensive Community College as an IT instructor. I teach cybersecurity and digital forensics. So before we can proceed any further, let me share my screen to everyone so that we can see all of us the presentation of today. Let me check first and then from the beginning. Okay. All right, and it seems like everything is going all right. Right. So can everyone see my screen right away?
Yes, we can, Ntate.
Okay, thank you very much. Today is the 31st of October 2020, and this is the Cyber Talks at Techcon Lesotho, and my name is Mike, like we've said, and all my background is like that, and I'm an ethical hacker and a computer hacking forensic examiner. And currently I'm a student at Offensive Security. I am working at what you know as Technical School of Leribe, which is Catholic Comprehensive Community College, as the head of IT department and an instructor there. I have been an IT student for the Limco Gwini University of Creative Technology, yes. And I have held several cybersecurity seminars that include the one for Lesotho Defense Force. I think it was twice, and they were successful seminars. One was for the Ministry of Communications, Science and Technology, as well as the Ministry of Education. One other seminar was for the National Security Services, which is the NSS, as well as the LMPS main officers, such as the rank of ACP and the forensic people from the LMPS. So in my time, in my private time, I create the open source content in the YouTube through my channel. It is called Busy Hacker. So I create the open source content on GitHub, also where I write exploits. I help other developers. That is some of the things that I'm doing as an open source person. I am into the community very much, and in my work experience, I have even worked in some of the South African companies. Now I am an instructor. I have some exploits that I've developed that are used by the hackers worldwide. So I also have some good computer system support and network engineering, as well as network penetration testing. So this is all about me. So today we will talk about the theme of this presentation today, which is actually the view of cybersecurity from the hacker's perspective. Like I told you, I am a computer hacker myself. Yes. So one of the main points that we have to put in mind is that to build up a cyber criminal, you actually need to think like one. It is because of the fact that majority of the network administrators in our organizations, you will see that a network administrator has never seen a machine that is compromised like we have been compromised by the script kiddies this morning. So one of the things that you have to identify as an individual or at the organizational level is that if there are more problem-solving techniques in the IT industry, there are more software vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, and so on. So when we talk of the word cyber or the cyberspace, actually the word cyber, it comes from the Greek word that meaning cybernetics, which meant to control or to govern. But contextually, we mean the world that is actually connected, the world we are living in, because now you are in Maseru and I'm in the Leribe district, but we can be able to communicate, seeing one another, doing everything. Everyone is on WhatsApp. So or that combination of different networks is what we refer to as cyber. The analogy of this picture that we are seeing right now is to just emphasize how the world is actually connected, because you can see that there is an RJ connector and an Ethernet port on the planet. So it implies that the world is actually connected. So when we talk of a cybercrime, actually we know what now cyber is. And cybercrime is the use of computers. Like we said, the world is connected through computers and networks. So use of computers maliciously to perform illegal activities is referred to as cybercrime. That is spreading computer viruses, which I think if I can have some time, I will show you how we implement a malware so that you can see actually what happens when you have a virus in your device. So online bullying, performing unauthorized electronic fund transfers, and many others, because actually individuals and organizations, they run a lot of funds as a result of a successful cybercrime. So if I can make a good example, there was a company that was hit by a ransomware in the Mohoton district. I think it was this August, and all data was gone. So that made the organization run a hell lot of problems in terms of its data. So let's go and then see. So what is cybersecurity now? Cybersecurity is actually the process of protecting the systems, the networks, the programs, as well as our Internet of Things from the digital attacks. I will show you what this Internet of Things looks like. What is the difference between the Internet and the Internet of Things? So cyber attacks are actually aimed at accessing, changing, destroying sensitive information, or extorting money from users, or interrupting normal business processes like these CryptoKitties tried to do in this morning. So now who commits these cyber attacks? We can see the picture here, whereby somebody we cannot see the face, and then we can see a lot of zeros and ones, and then we can also see a password, the word password there. The analogy, according to me, it seems like the anonymous man or the hacker, the black hat hacker, was trying to conduct a brute force attack. And then when doing this password guessing, then they managed to find a very easy password. And even during the attack, after they got that, so they are happy, they are trying to make you aware that you made a very simple password, such as maybe the birth of your boyfriend, the birth of your girlfriend, something like that. So that is the analogy according to this presentation. So actually, cyber criminals, we know them as black hat hackers, or they are called crackers formally. A computer hacker is a skilled computer expert that utilizes their technical knowledge in order to overcome each problem that comes by. So what actually do we have to do? What is wrong here? It is because we must abide by a certain model that we are introducing now, that will guide the policies for the implementation of good information security within an organization. So as an individual, as an organization, I think it is good to abide by this model, because it will help us to an extent that we don't easily get compromised. This model is called the CIA triad, and you don't have to confuse these two from the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, but this one is the confidentiality, integrity of information, and availability of information. So when we come to confidentiality, we mean the organization's efforts to keep secret because some of the information is not actually suitable for the other employees. So the integrity of information, we talk about the consistency of that information during its life cycle. So when we talk about the availability, we mean the good levels of access to that information, provided some authentication mechanisms, the software present and firewalls present for the good IT and security infrastructure, in order to make sure that we are not DDoSed by, like they nearly DDoS us here. So this is what we have been talking about. Consistency, accuracy, and trustworthiness of this data is what we call data integrity. So now, I think I've already explained all this, but when we come to right information to relevant people at the right time in the organization, like I told you, you don't have to give some of the employees the information that they don't deserve. So that is some of the things that we have to circumspect when it comes to functionality of day-to-day activities of the organization. Because to the hacker, every employee is actually valuable, from Mayor Fielan to the CEO, because Mayor Fielan knows all about the people. They know how people behave. They can be able to gossip those people. So the low-level employees and even higher-level employees, there is an information that suits them. So we have to make sure that we know who to give which information. Now, let's come to the basic hacker classes. There are many hacker classes, but in actual fact, we will base ourselves with these few. But when we come to the script kiddies, is the type of a cyber criminal that that has no absolutely no technical background. They don't even know how to code. They cannot implement their own hacking tools. If they want to hack WhatsApp, and they get the software, then it works for them. They are fine with that. And then, so those are the type of, I think they are most dangerous people, because they want things that work for them. If it doesn't work, they don't care. So when we come to the white hat hackers, it's me, one of them, because I'm not a criminal myself, but here I'm talking as a criminal. So I am not a criminal, but it's a person that is actually employed and qualified as a cybersecurity professional. The main purpose of the white hat hacker is to compromise the systems, identify vulnerabilities, and then exploit them maybe, and then maybe tell the owner that you have got this problem, or be employed to do that particular job. So when we come to the gray hat, it's these people are not actually trustworthy, because sometimes they can be able to actually steal the information. Majority of the gray hat hackers are the people who were criminals and they have been retired from their criminal activities, but they use that for professional sake. So when we come to the black hat, we talk about those who belong behind bars. Those people, they actually need to be locked into jail, like they tried to compromise us this morning. So those people, they actually need to, we have to accuse them and let them to go to jail for good. So when we talk about state-sponsored hackers, we talk about the type of the hackers that are actually employed by the government, basically for espionage purposes on the other states. We know that countries like the North Korea and the United States, as well as Russia, they have some state-sponsored hackers because of, if you remember the old virus called Stuxnet that was orchestrated by the United States and Israel. Those two countries that were actually the suspects. It was because of the presence of those state-sponsored hackers, both under military and the civilians. So it can be that combination of that gurus or that geeks that compromise the citizens of or the other nation states. So Computer hacking is to attack systems, networks, and applications by exploiting their weaknesses in order to gain unauthorized access or to data and systems. I still remember I was in another ministry when I asked the people, how many times do you get hacked? Then the IT people, they told me, actually, we don't actually get hacked. But in that morning, I knew I had access to their systems. So it made me aware that people have never seen, they cannot be able to identify that moment they are getting compromised. So for that matter, this matters because some of the things that we have to take care of is that when you get compromised, you actually cannot see by your naked eye. For instance, let me say I compromise your Android device. You cannot easily see the movement behind the scenes, but you can be able to you'll just see things running like normal. And the hackers currently, they use what we call the zero-day exploit to exploit zero-day vulnerabilities. This means you will not see somebody anonymous on your screen shaking, something like that. So it's in rare cases you can see things like that. The main goals of this hacking is data theft. They are able to steal the information, whether it's usernames only, or the usernames and passwords, or there is no password, or it's an encrypted password. That information is very, very important in the eyes of a cyber criminal, because they can be able to sell that information in the darknet. So it's data theft, destruction of that information. If there are suspects, for instance, so they need to distract that particular systems or IT infrastructure in order to appear clean. Maybe they were blacklisted, for instance. So it's one of them is alteration, elevated privileges, because hackers, they like to elevate the privileges when they get foothold inside your network. So all unauthorized actions are the goals of computer hacking. Sometimes we can have some cyber terrorism, fake news that is actually happening day to day in this country. And we will talk about it as we go down. So what is ethical hacking now? Is the use of the same skills, knowledge, and tools in order to demonstrate the true exploitable vulnerabilities of a system or a network or an infrastructure for better security. That is what I'm doing. If I can see a problem on the internet, I easily tell the owner that you have got this problem here and here. So that is ethical hacking, hacking computers with ethics. So now we come to the planning stage. Hackers do not just wake up and then hack your company. They take their time. They study you until they get what they want. We will see how. Like we say, for a cyber assassination to succeed, the hackers undergo some certain steps. One of them is what I like, which is open source intelligence, that is footprinting and reconnaissance, where if there is a person from the military who is actually listening, they know this reconnaissance, because reconnaissance is the stage whereby the soldiers, they just take their binoculars and then try to view what the target is, the moves of the target from a distance. So that means the hackers watch you from a distance. They study what you like, what you post on social media. If you are the person of these pyramid schemes online, then you post your slips to show us, to prove to us that you earned money. So the hackers take advantage of that. Then they can compromise your account, because actually, when it comes to information systems, human beings are the most weakest element of the information systems, because as we remember, there are 5 elements of information systems where a person is the most vulnerable and will be ever vulnerable forever. So where does this open source intelligence take place? One of the good places to gather information about the target is the Internet of Things. And people ask, some of the IT administrators have never ever seen what this this IoT looks like. I am going to show you at the end of this presentation. I will be hacking one of the IoT devices. It's a server. I've seen it this morning. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to hack a misconfigured server, which is accidentally exposed to the Internet of Things without being configured well. So one of the good places is dumpster diving, the hackers dumpster dive. They check even the archives to see what information they might have about a certain target. And we also have some good social media databases. And one of the good social media databases is LinkedIn and Twitter, as well as Facebook and maybe Instagram. But the LinkedIn contains your CVs. It contains your all information, even your certification, everything. So it gives the hacker the inside information about what level of a professional is this person. And your tweets, they can even reveal the location where you actually are. And the photos that you post on social media, they can reveal actually the location where you are at the moment. So those are some of the things that we will see after this presentation. So now, some of the good places is the website. We can scrape some data, some important information such as contacts, such as emails from the website. And the search engines such as Google have as much information as possible. The way you search, how can I hack into Mike's account? So sometimes I can get the password for Mike in the Facebook server if the Facebook server is vulnerable to cyber attacks such as direct reversal, for instance. So those are some of the problems that Google has what we call Google hacking database that is actually monitored by offensive security, which I am a student at currently. So they have that Google hacking databases that contains a massive information about those advanced search queries that we utilize to do some advanced searching. Because sometimes you can implement a website that says it is selling some music, at which at the back we have a free music. That music is actually free, but in the front end, it says we are selling, but in the back then it says this music is free. So this is how people even download the sold books that are pulled on the public servers, and then thereafter they can utilize that information for their own good. So the other one is scanning and enumeration. After gathering as much information as possible, that is footprinting and reconnaissance, they scan and enumerate against the target. If it's a computer, then they will try to do some fingerprinting that is getting the operating system that the target is actually using, so that they can utilize the exploits that are relevant to the vulnerabilities of the remote computer. So now, the other step is gaining access. After they scan you, then after they find vulnerabilities about you, then these people, it's time for them to gain access. And once they gain access, everything is possible for them. They elevate privileges, that is post-exploitation. So let's see, why do these people have to gain access? Because you will be having the weak passwords, for instance. We will be having the weak passwords such as my wife's name and my son and my daughter's births. Those are very simple. It becomes very easy for hackers to understand how you actually operate, because what you like, what you post on social media, like we said, it's the source of you getting hacked sometimes. So the server misconfigurations or server vulnerabilities or the server software problems are the sources of the hackers gaining access. Untrained IT staff. We have the IT staff in the ministries, we have in the IT people in the private sector, we have individual IT people. Those people I think they need to be groomed for security of the information they are guarding, they are doing operations on. Because if they are not trained, then they can be used as a weapon to attack the whole organization. Because if an IT person it likes free software, they like to download where necessary, they like torrents, that means they can pollute the entire organization. So for that reason, it is good for us to make sure that our IT staff is up to standard and they are able to even identify vulnerabilities in the network like we do here. And one of the main problems that I like very much is the malware threats, because a malware threat is actually the good style the hackers are using to get a permanent access to systems, because sometimes the bugs that you might have caused in the system, you can patch them, or you can get some bug bounty boys like me so that they can help you in order to fix that bug. But sometimes the malware, every time a malware developer knows how to cheat the antivirus programs. That is one of the things that IT people have to know about the computer hackers. So malware, such as we've got ransomware, we've got threats like remote administration threat. We also have spyware and many other types of malware, such as worm. Those are types of malware that can take advantage of the entire IT infrastructure. We also have like botnet that can be used to DDoS into your current corporate network. So one of the things is that after a hacker gains access, they like to elevate privileges so that they can be administrators into your networks. If I manage to compromise your Android device, and then you are into your corporate network, then I'm thinking of jumping from your Android device, use that Android device to attack all the subnet inside the corporate network. That is what we call pivoting. So if I pivot from your Android device and to your computers to the server, that implies that I am elevating the privileges in order to attack the whole organization. So after that, no hacker wants to get caught. They clear the tracks, they delete all traceable information about an attack. So that is one of the things that we have to see, to identify when it comes to this computer hacking, to the black hat world. So no hacker likes to be traced and then get caught and then prosecuted to the courts of law by the forensic investigators. So now let's speak of open source intelligence. Like we said, it can be done on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and your photos, Google, as well as the Internet of Things and many other sources. The information gathered using open source intelligence is used to plan various attack, the attack vectors against the target, where attack vectors are the opportunities the hacker gets into an organization in order to compromise that organization. If that attack vectors are numerous, that is what we call broadening an attack surface. So an attack surface is the number of attack vectors against the target. Like we said, open source intelligence is non-intrusive. It's actually passive, because we'll be searching you on the internet and then you'll not be able to see anything that somebody was still telling you. So those are some of the things that we have to know. So some of the information that we can get as a result of a successful open source intelligence is the geolocation for the target, phone numbers and emails, positions held by different personnel, because it, like I told you, everyone is important in an organization. So server information and some vulnerabilities, misconfigured cameras, plans, and SCADA. Those are some of the things that we can get basically on the Internet of Things, as well as Google sometimes. So we also have like the usernames and passwords. Basically, when we do Google docking, buggy websites. Sometimes when we do Google Docking, we see websites with bugs such as cross-site scripting, for instance, those that are developed with content management systems like WordPress, and then we can see some vulnerabilities there, Drupal websites, SQL injection problems. All those we can be able to identify through open source intelligence. So we can also see the plain text protocols. When I talk about the protocol, basically, I want to be as basic as possible. Computers follow a certain protocol when they are connected in a network. So, for instance, we have like TCP, that is, when you browse a website, you see that there is an HTTP there, that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is the protocol that allows you to view content on the server through web interface, for instance. When I Google my website, then you will see some HTTP or some HTTPS there. So that is the protocol that is being used there. And so you can see like HTTP protocols as well as the FTP and the most unsecure Microsoft protocol that is called Telnet, which I don't believe people have to use Telnet to administer their servers, because it can be the traffic on the current versions of Telnet is not encrypted at all. Then we also have like FTP, for instance, that is a plain text protocol that can be sniffed by the hacker in the same Wi-Fi network, for instance. So we can also have the web administrator details. So those are some of the information that we can find using open source intelligence. So when we come to the attack vectors, we know that now attack vectors are the opportunities that the hackers will get against the target in order to compromise the entire organization or that individual target. So the hackers base themselves with the open source intelligence data when they start penetrating into systems and networks. So the following are some of the attack vectors: unsecure databases, untrained staff, because like I told you, people are the most troublesome element of information system. They can be watching movies, they can be playing games, they can even install this beautiful WhatsApp that I know some of us have in this webinar. So people they can see extra functionality in that software. They like those games without knowing that sometimes it can be running a malware at the back. It can be used as a Trojan. So now we also have like websites that are that have some bugs. We also have like server or software misconfigurations, as well as the simple passwords. So a good password, it must be approximately 8 characters, which has got maybe a consonant, a vowel, and then some special characters and a capital letter. So those are some of the good passwords that you as an individual you will try to see. There are websites that will tell you if you implement a good passwords online here. So basic cyber attacks. Let's come to the client-side attacks. When we talk about the client-side attacks, we refer to the ones that are targeting the client computers, not the server machines inside the data center, because those can be caused by misconfigurations. They can be caused by the bugs implemented by the people that develop a certain protocol, a certain software that is running inside the data center. So when we talk about the client-side attacks, we refer to malware, social engineering attacks, which social engineering in this case is some sort of taking advantage of the weakness of the human being by trying to impersonate someone else, maybe because it's all about lies. Social engineering is lying to someone that you are somebody in order for them to output the information that they couldn't disclose. Let me say I'm writing an email to Ntate Mohale, for instance, then I use Mestoto's email to him. Then when he sees, then he will see the email that looks exactly like it's coming from the owner. And that that is what we call email spoofing. That is a good part of social engineering attack, because majority of social engineering attacks are successful and they come in the form of email or in what we call caller ID spoofing or SMS spoofing sometimes. So the phishing attacks are an example, and they can be example of social engineering too. But phishing attacks can be also part of man-in-the-middle attacks sometimes. So when we talk about man-in-the-middle attacks, I'm going to create a shorter scenario. We are in a hotel accessing the same internet, and then you are busy visiting the news website. But when you visit that website, you can see that there are pictures of a hacked website. It can tell you that this website is hacked. That means the hacker got in the middle of your connection with the router to the internet. Then every request that you are making on your browser passes through the hacker to the internet, and that one that comes from the internet passes through the hacker to your browser. And while your browser is rendering that information, it renders the information that comes from the hacker. The technologies that are there are called sniffing, IP spoofing, basically for DDoS attacks. And then we also have like what we call app spoofing. That is stealing the passwords using the man-in-the-middle attacks. Basically, if the person is using unsecure websites. When we talk about unsecure websites, we mean websites with no SSL protection, for instance, or the websites that are not in the, which the server doesn't have HSTS installed in the on the transport layer of this information from you to the internet. So when we talk about the denial of service attacks, we talk about those types of attacks that nearly hit us this morning. So this type of attack is the one the hackers use to disrupt the normal business processes in order to delay everything. Basically, it's done by the countries that are competing with the other countries in order to make sure that they maybe let's talk about the websites that are selling online, and if we put them down, then no person will be able to see them on the whole planet, and then we'll be able to sell by ourselves. So when we come to the server side, like I've already explained, these are based on the configuration or programming flaws and misconfigured ports or protocols. Remote code execution, web attacks, and many others are examples of the server-side vulnerabilities. They don't require any social engineering. They are we compromise these servers based on the flaws that some of them are at the kernel level or at the software level. So now it's time for us to start demonstrating how we actually are going to compromise the systems. Like I told you, I'm going to visit the Internet of Things so that you can be able to see and then check if ever your device is actually by mistake exposed to the Internet of Things. So now let me see. Let me go down and then see what we can see. All right. Let me share this screen, and we will be visiting this search engine. This is the search engine for the Internet of Things. It's called Shodan. All the devices, all the computers that are connected in this country, I can view them. All the devices that are vulnerable, I can view them here that are actually directly connected to the internet. For instance, we can see different servers here. We can do some open source intelligence, and we can hack some of these computers here. So Here, like we said, remember the hacking tools are free, and we still develop some of these computer hacking tools. So we need to make sure that we are actually aware of these problems. I saw that there is a problem with one of the servers here, but I'm going to show you how we can search this search engine. Now, this is Shodan, the search engine for Internet of Things. We know that Internet of Things is the physical connection of these devices that are non-computers and computers too, because some of them, it can be a stove. You can now light your stove from work, and then you can start your car from your office. So if that utilizes the internet connection, then we can see it on Shodan. So here we can see country. Let me say country is LS. Then I want all computers with port 23. That means all computers that have telnet enabled. And we can do, let me check. Okay, there is an error here. Maybe let's see. Let me check. Yes. Okay, country LS, port 23, country LS. If ever Shodan will, yes, number 1. So I can see all the computers that have port 23 enabled here. If you can see, some of them are routers, and if you can telnet into this router, then you can be able to see it. And this is a criminal activity to do, but for the awareness sake, you can try that. Some of them, they are left with default configurations. So some of them are left with default configurations. If we can do some advanced searches here, then you can see that we can see a lot of miracles. And we can also see the cameras here. You can see that if we want to narrow our searches here, we will now see that those that belong to Econet are 135 and Foracom 24 from Comnet and some other companies here. So you can search based on the company. So here, let me say I want, there is a vulnerable computer that I've seen, but let me see the cameras. If we want to see the cameras, let's check this one. We want the cameras that have got some screenshot enabled. So if we can see, then we can see the cameras that are actually exposed to the internet. And then if you can enter to some of them, they are unsecure at all. So sometimes you can even see people on the beds here. So these are some of the problems that we are facing online here. But I just wanted to demonstrate to you the vulnerable computer. It's a server from Bureau of Statistics. I've seen this problem many times, but I was so surprised that this morning I was able to compromise that system. So let's see. Let's country Lesotho, and then port 21, that is FTP port, and we have anonymous login vulnerability here. So I have seen that we are able to see that this is anonymous login that is actually that you can actually see here. So this IP address is a public IP address for the server, and if we wanted to compromise this server, then we could have exploited it long ago. It's just that maybe the hackers are unable to find it, because I have seen it many times. And if we can, we can actually see, we will copy this IP address and then go to our terminal and then see how we can compromise this actual server, because we can see that it's actually vulnerable. Because if its user is logged in, then we can log here as anonymous username and password, and then we can upload and download more information from the server. So for that reason, let me do some new share. Then I'm going to share my Linux terminal here. so that we can be able to actually see what is going on here. So so I've got my terminal here. If this will be fast, according to my internet connection, if it will be speed enough, then we will be able to get through this in a minute. So let's see. I know this is not right to do, but this is to prove that this is actually exploitable. Let's see MSF console. Let me check. I'm checking for a scanner for anonymous login. So yes, so we have, let me search for anonymous login, anon. So let's see, let me see, FTP anon. Let me search for FTP anon. Search FTP. Yes, so let me use this auxiliary, it's a scanner that will help me actually. Let me see. Right, and then set, let me show options here, options. So, and we can see that FTP user and this person, everything is anonymous. Let me set our hosts to this IP address. Let me check. Sorry, let me see. It's 197.197 and 155 and 206.206 and 146. So after we do this, then let's try to run this exploit so that we can see. Now we can see that anonymous login is actually available here. So let me clear the whole mess here and then FTP into this IP address. So it's 197 on 155, sorry, 155 and 206 as well as 146. So let me see. Anonymous. Yes, it's anonymous. So let's check. Yes, anonymous. Yes, so we are in now. So you can see all the files are here. Then we can upload more files. If you can take your file sealer as a web developer, then you can be able to
ntate Mike. Hello.
Hello.
And ntate Mike, can you please try to not show too much?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I was just demonstrating this in order to make people aware that actually we have as much problems as possible. And maybe if it's not because of time, I could launch another cyber attack so that you can be able to see actually what we are doing here. But I think I would like to thank you very much for this presentation, that
sorry, ntate Mike.
Very good time for it has been a very magnificent time here. Okay,
ntate Mike, I'm not sure. Did you have a question? Or were you just giving us a caution? So, ntate Mike, I mean, working in an organization with all sorts of, I think, digital, rather cybersecurity appreciation across the board. I mean, some of the people that have worked in organizations for a very long time are not really that afraid of what you've just demonstrated now, which is that we are actually quite vulnerable if we don't take some of the things that we keep trying to embed, which is strong passwords, beware of suspicious emails, don't always, download stuff on any website. Yes. What is your advice, I think, to, large, leaders in large organizations, people in SMMEs that, have a lot of information on the internet, on cloud. What is your advice in terms of embedding this culture to say we're actually not safe? And, what advice can you give us in that regard?
Thank you very much, Melarato. My advice is that we need to groom our IT departments. If we're talking about the large organizations, we need to make sure that our IT department is actually cyber aware to an extent that they are good at both the red team operations as well as the blue team operations, because a cyber attacks appears coincidentally whereby no one is actually aware of the time. So we need to make sure that we have IT that has got some cybersecurity that will provide us with 24/7 security. So we need to also make sure that we use up-to-date software, and the programmers, our programmers in the organizations, we have to make sure that they are up to standard, and to make sure that the server administrators, or let me say to the programmers, we utilize the old models of software development. So sometimes that makes it easy for the functions or the parts of the program that we have seen that they can be some arbitrary remote code execution, for instance. Somebody is still using that old functions when developing the software. So we need to make sure that our programmers are up to date, and they are the software that they develop passes security measures in order to be used by the clients or the whole country. I still remember when one of the applications that were developed here by Mayor Tato talked about that application, that is it called Nukaneng application? Yes, yes,
app,
Nukaneng application. I think I was talking to some people who told me they are in the development team of that application. After I did some disassembly and some reverse engineering on that application, then it was very, very easy to an extent that even a novice hacker can easily compromise that application, then embed a malware, then make sure that all the application can sign it for themselves again, and then redo everything there. So after we talked to them, then they realized the importance of thinking of the programming part of the software with the security. So one of the things when you are on the cloud, when we talk about cloud, we still talk about the physical computers in a big firm called the data center. And for that matter, we need to make sure that all those computers that are clustering in order to make what we call cloud currently, we need to make sure that those computers, they are using the up-to-date software. When you use the VPN to access the cloud, in order to make sure that those types of attacks that I've talked about, such as man-in-the-middle attacks, you are not the victim of them. So those are some of the things that we need to circumspect when it comes to the security view of the information technology.
Wow, ntate Mike. I mean, I was looking at TK's comment, and we've been having some side conversations as well, to say that, for me, cybersecurity is one of those hot topics that really makes me nervous about, the stuff that's happening with or without our knowledge about us. TK is an avid content creator, and he shares his life. And I think that's why he's so appealing. But, you've just shown us that that's also a gateway where somebody can actually use that and assume your identity in some cases, start stealing your information in others. For me, from an organization perspective, and this is a question I'm throwing to you and perhaps TK as well, is I think we don't take the idea of IT audit as a function seriously enough. In institutions, we have audits almost quarterly now, and it's always financial audits and sometimes a little bit of business process audits. But no one is really saying to us, hey guys, hang on here. let's look at our IT infrastructure and let's audit that. I mean, how do we start having these conversations with leaders to say, hey, what happened to that other financial institution not long ago, where ransomware was, they also experienced an attack, will happen to us? How do we have that conversation? That's probably my last question, and TK, you can jump in.
And I think before ntate Mike responds to that question, passwords, guys, like passwords, something so simple. Like for me, I'm sitting here and I'm actually quite nervous because, like you rightfully say, I share so much of my life and I share so much of my spaces. It really makes me very vulnerable. But something as simple as passwords, be it an ATM PIN or be it login details into your computer, we give it away so freely, and we leave information, we make it very accessible, So I'm sitting at work, I leave my laptop unattended. Somebody can literally send an email to the managing director, insulting them and using my main email address, So for me, I'm sitting here thinking that Mike, wow, powerful conversation, powerful presentation. Thank you so much. I'm really now actually very scared. So, and I think we have, before you respond, while responding to that question, the one question that also comes up is how long does one have to take to learn hacking? So I think respond to Lerato's question and then take that second question. How long does it take for you to become a hacker?
Okay, sir. I can see the question because I have opened this sidebar currently now. So actually, let me say, before I can answer Melerato, for a person to be a hacker, it's not about time. I'm still learning today. So I'm learning new technologies, but in actual fact, I think because that is a passion, you will always learn, and nobody lazy can be called a hacker. Every day, I think I leave my office nearly 10 o'clock at night. Remember, I've got kids and I got a wife, a beautiful wife. So believe me, believe me, sometimes they run short of time because they cannot meet me like regularly. I leave the office in the morning and then I arrive at night. So I think we have a course here, but basically it's for military. It's for military and other government officials. It's called Certified Cyber Operations Officer. It takes 6 months, but you need to be more familiar with good programming. You need to be very, very cool when at software development. To be a hacker, you need to be excellent in programming. And you also need to be very, very, very cool when it comes to networks. And because this is the basics of what we are teaching, actually. So there are the deepest parts of this hacking where you can see a good software, then we break that software that, like they tried to break Zoom in order to gain a reverse shell today. So there are that moment when we do those hard things and they need the person to be, it will differ according to now, but I always learn like every day. So Anna, can Melgato make me remember that question, because sometimes
Sure.
Yes,
No problem.
I ran out of memory.
So my question was, was around how do we embed the culture of IT audit in organizations? Because it's something that I think is sorely neglected. In my 10 years working in corporate, have never seen an IT audit. I think the best we do is probably to check whether we are running, backups periodically, whether you're running your half-year backup and your year-end backup. But I have never seen where we look at the infrastructure and say, hang on, who can hack this and what are our weakest points? How do we embed that culture, as leaders of organizations?
I understand, man. I think one of the good ways that I have been in the behind was like I said, I'm now advocating for the implementation of the national cybersecurity strategy. I think the presence of the cybersecurity strategy will help us in order to have the implementation of different bodies that will guard and that will facilitate the operations of IT. Because when in large organizations, we cybersecurity people do not stay in the same office as IT department. The main purpose of the cybersecurity is to make sure that they come up with, well, IT does the IT operations, networks, and all other coding activities. Their main purpose is auditing. So I think the presence of the cybersecurity strategy will make it easy for the people who actually implement this bill that is going to be passed in Parliament to be the cyber law. So I think the presence of that strategy, it will be a great deal that will help us to have a say when it comes to this IT audit, because we need to make sure that after every software development, we can compromise it in order to check whether the software doesn't have a buffer overflow, for instance, whether there is no cross-site scripting for basically when it comes to Android applications and websites, So it actually happens that if ever we succeed in this journey, then we will have that moment when the IT managers will have got, because sometimes when we talk about cybersecurity without demonstrating how dangerous it can be to be cyber insecure, then you see. So people misunderstand that. This is one of the things that makes my presentation successful, because I demonstrate, when I tell you that I can hack an Android phone, then I can show you how Android gets hacked, what is the dangers of that. So that is one of the things that we actually do. So like I'm teaching at the TVET institution, we teach, like here, for you to teach, you need to have a hands-on experience. We demonstrate, we make people learn by demonstrating to them so that they can actually understand that this is actually possible. So we have to make sure that we demonstrate this by showing them. One time I hacked communications. Yes, I hacked the communications, then I showed them. Later, they got hacked by Indonesians, like this Turkish is trying to hack us here. So they compromised. Then they thought it was me, but I'm not a criminal. I just did that to show them that you got this problem. All these databases are present in the eyes of the novice hackers. So this, well, there is a strategy, so that will make it easy for us to come up with the good measures and the good countermeasures, because majority of the IT people also, they focus mostly on how to come up with the countermeasures. So after yes, people they think of coming up with countermeasures without understanding the actual problem that can be caused by cyber insecurity. So that is some of the things that we need to have. When we have the strategy, it will divide our cybersecurity into red teamers, that are the hackers, and the blue teamers, which are the forensic investigators. And all these people will be having the background of each other, because a blue teamer will be able to understand how hacking occurs. They will be knowing how to hack, so that they can be able to come up with that. I think
amazing, and thank you so much. I hope from today's conference you will be invited to a couple of C-suites, because I think some of our C-suite leaders perhaps need to get this type of a shock. From there, I'm seeing a lot of comments. TK, I don't know if you have any comments coming from our Facebook Live. People are incredibly impressed. Ntate Mike, you know, I hope I'm pronouncing it it well, me. Thanks, Mike, for great presentation. Ntate Montebang, I think also saying, you know your stuff. I was shocked. At some point, I was like, maybe stop. We're not on the right side of the law here. I was incredibly shocked at what you could do. And of course, Mem Matabana saying intriguing stuff. And loving that she got a front row seat to actually see, you know, somebody almost being very compromised in terms of cybersecurity. We also have somebody asking, or well, I'm not really asking, but saying they're really interested in ethical hacking. I don't know, Ntate Mike, where can we find you? I think people are quite intrigued with the work that you do. Where can we find you? What platforms are you available on, etc.?
Oh, thank you very much, Mme. I have got a YouTube channel where I write a free open source tutorials. And I also have GitHub repositories. This is where I develop some exploits, and then we collaborate with external programmers from other countries. Then we implement the hacking software. We also develop some good, clean PHP classes, for instance, because I'm a web developer. So I have some LinkedIn account and my Twitter account, and I think those platforms, this is where people can communicate with me with ease.
And today, Mike, like you normally say, like us YouTubers, if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. If remember to comment, share, and subscribe. What is the name of your YouTube channel? Because I believe as a YouTuber, the following on YouTube, the subscribers really lead to us being monetized, you know, because money, it takes a lot of effort to create content, more so with the now added risk of cybersecurity, you know. So what is the name of your YouTube channel? And I think just maybe type out your different handles, Twitter, Instagram, if you have Instagram, on the channel. We'll also share that on Facebook as well to get you the following you so rightfully deserve with the work that you're doing. And I think we have, yeah.
My channel is called Busy Hacker. If you can see I think I currently have only 212 subscribers. I think maybe it's 215 currently, but in the morning it was like 212. I saw 4 subscriptions in the day yesterday. So that made me believe that I'm creating content that solves problems for people. So yes, if you like my videos, that is pushing like YouTube algorithm. You make me make more content. That will be like YouTube will be able to understand that my content is important for people, so that they can be able to get some benefits from my content. So for that reason, I also have a Twitter account that is it's at Moima Theko, but you will see my name is Root there. Root means an administrator in Linux platform. So yes, you will see Root, that is R00T, that is me. If you search Root, that is R00T, that is me on Twitter. So on Facebook, you can just search for Mike Moima. Please, after such presentations as these ones, I know people will be asking me to hack their wives. I don't hack people's WhatsApp accounts. So
thank you for that disclaimer.
Yes, people will be like buying me with 50 rand, thinking that no, this one, I'm not a criminal. So people will be like, hey, can you do that for me? Can you do this for me? Yes,
and I think on that same light, there is a question here that says, when did you find out about ethical hacking and you decided this is just the way and career to follow? So what's your why? How did you find out about it, and why did you decide to follow this particular career path?
Okay, I'm going to speak truth, but I'm going to speak truth. So what happens is that in 2012, there was a moment the school that I was at the moment was we got some problem with Bogaditaba, you see. So after we got some problem with Bogaditaba, then they told Lincoln Queen is nothing but this and this and this. So we decided to dose into their websites. And the websites were completely down. But that was my boyhood, not my manhood. So, so, so that is one of the things that took place. But I fell in love with cybersecurity mostly when I heard that there will be something like e-government in this country. I knew that Basotho will be developing good software, and I knew that it will function perfectly. But I also knew that Basotho don't care about the security. So I decided to go for offensive security for that matter. So that is how it came with me. Then, because I'm that person that is actually passionate about what I'm doing, when I learn about something, I take my time for that particular thing. I can even spend a night at the office trying to figure out what is actually going on. So then I studied from 2012. Then I came until today. I'm still learning, and I will continue learning until I get old. I think I will continue yes. I will learn and learn and learn.
Ms. Soto, you have a question. Please go ahead.
I do. I'm hearing that Mike, they managed to put down some people's websites. I'd like to ask for people who'd want to get into something like what you're doing. One, is there a cybersecurity law in Lesotho? Is there anything that governs what you're doing in our landscape? And what are the limits of saying, okay, I'm an ethical hacker? What's the limit to say, okay, this is still being ethical? And at what point have we now gone beyond what we call ethical hacking?
When hacking is actually unethical by nature, but it becomes ethical the moment you do it for the betterment of the systems. By the time I start making you aware, whereby you are not aware of the problem caused by the cyber insecurity inside, maybe in the corporate network, that moment hacking becomes ethical. But the moment I'm doing that, I have access to your website database, I execute queries, I steal that information, then I sell that information maybe. That is when hacking puts you behind bars. So that way, you are committing a crime. But if you are doing it as a form of awareness, I believe that hacking it becomes ethical. But one of the things that I would like to emphasize here is that there was a follow-up question in your question. So ke batla ho e hopola o tsebe jwale ke lahla memory yana ka pelenyana.
Ibe, was it the one about maybe cyber law in Lesotho?
Okay, yes.
Any law?
Okay. There is no cyber law in this country. And for that matter, you can compromise anything that you are doing, but I don't advise people to commit crime because I will help the government to catch them up. So what happens is that there is no cyber law. Cyber law is in a process. I have seen the draft, and people have been consulting us here. Then we gave them the insight of what is actually going on. What is meant by saying, do not intercept people's networks? What does that mean? So we gave them the practical experience so that they can see what does that mean. So I saw that it is still under some implementation, but it will need more amendments, that law, because of the fact that I did not see the strategy, the written document called National Cybersecurity Strategy. If you can visit ITU website, and then you will get the strategies for almost all these countries, including Egypt, South Africa, and other countries such as, Nigeria. All these countries in the whole planet, you will see their cybersecurity strategies, how they implemented the national incident handling teams and instant response teams. Those groups, the strategy will guide us into implementation of that. That will simplify the implementation of the law. So because of that, I still believe that the law will have some masubanyana, but Malau is in the pipeline currently.
Okay. On Facebook from Matty Let, does ntate Mike offer courses on cybersecurity? So do you offer any courses on cybersecurity?
Yes, we have a course with the name Certified Cyber Operations Officer, actually. So the Certified Cyber Operations Officer is a certification that is recognized by Ministry of Education through the Technical and Vocational Department. And this certification, it takes 6 months, but it is implemented for people that are actually working as IT personnel, or the people of Signals company in the Lesotho Defense Force, for instance, or the people that come from the National Security Services, NSS, or the people that come from the police services. Otherwise, we will decide to implement the course for civilians or the IT professionals. But the diploma in information technology that I'm teaching here at the Technical School of Leribe, it has got this course in full because it takes approximately 2 semesters. Because last semester they were doing like this cybersecurity and this hacking practicals. So now we are doing digital forensics, where we will be implementing like digital evidence so that they can understand in order to train even the magistrate, because cyber law will need the magistrates, the prosecutors, and the lawyers to be familiar with what is going on, or when it comes to cyber crime. So unlike the other crimes, we will need to know exactly what to do. So, but in short, we don't have a civilian course currently. We have the course that was designed for military and government officials that come from the IT departments, because this is dangerous. We don't have to give everyone. So that is one of the things.
All right, ntate Mike, thank you very, very much for what was an amazing presentation. For everybody on the call and streaming live on Facebook, please check out his YouTube channel. Remember to subscribe, follow him on Twitter. We've shared the Twitter handle. It's at @rroot Twitter. He's also on Facebook and LinkedIn. Thank you, ntate, very, very much. And this brings us to the end of our session this afternoon. And at this point in time, Bomelo and ntate, we have reached the end of the virtual Techcon 2020. It has been such an amazing afternoon. Lerato can come in here before I call in the team from cdben.com and Basali Tech to give us closing remarks. But how was it being co-piloting this amazing platform? Well, not platform, conference. You are sitting all the way in Roma. I am sitting all the way in Maseru. And ntate Mike, I don't know if you are in Leribe currently.
Yes, I am at TSL as we speak. I'm in Leribe district now.
He is from, and there is, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce his name very well, but he's watching all the way from Nigeria. He's also been engaging, he or she has also been very active on the Facebook.
Is that
Pash? Yes, yeah. All the way from Nigeria. So I think the beauty of virtual conferences is anybody across the African continent, in fact, anybody across the globe can literally plug in, including the hackers that try to keep our event flowing and seamless. But how has it been for you today?
It has been incredible. Unfortunately for us, Menteping is joining us a little bit late, but thank you so much for saying it's a wonderful session. I have been thoroughly immersed in today. It actually didn't feel as long as it was on paper because everything was so interesting. And for me, everything was so reflective of what exactly is happening today. And I guess my big takeaway is, what are you doing in the space that you're occupying to champion some of the things that we've been talking about, whether it is around issues of policy. We've heard some of the policy gaps that are still, underway. We do not have a cybersecurity policy, nor do we have a cybersecurity strategy yet. What can you do in your space as someone interested in cybersecurity to help us maybe take a step forward? We still have issues in terms of policies around internet access and guaranteeing access to try and minimize the effects of the digital divide. What are you doing again in your space? We have incredible additive features to some of our websites. We've seen that you can actually now create deep links between your website and a virtual assistant, so that you help people to access information better. Again, what are we doing in our personal spaces? In the education space, we've actually had an incredible conversation with people from Microsoft around how teaching has changed and how it is going to change. Again, as an educator, what are you doing in your space to help us get to that next step? So for me, that big theme, that golden thread has been about what can I do as somebody leading a digital skills acquisition firm to actually make sure that we take steps in the right direction.
What stands out for me particularly is at the end, you asking yourself, what can I do? Many a time we are waiting for somebody to come in and help us. We are waiting for government to come in and help us. But we hardly ever ask ourselves, what can I do? So the challenge to every single person who has been with us throughout the entire day, the question is, what are you doing in your corner? And how are you collaborating with like-minded people to transform Africa, to build the Africa that we want? And at this point in time, I'm going to allow anyone to come in. We have one last gift bag available, So if you feel very excited before we do the closing remarks, unmute yourself and tell us what your biggest takeaway today was, or what the highlight of the conference was. And let's just see you and hear your voice, because I feel like Lerato and I have been in your screens, in your faces the whole day. So we want to see somebody different, So at a first come, first serve basis, unmute yourself, go on video, tell us what you like, and then you stand a chance to walk away with the last hamper for the day. So who is bold enough to show your face and speak up? See, this is the one thing I love about virtual conferences. We just wait and hoping somebody will be like, whereas in the 2019 edition, I could literally just walk up to anybody and be like, what's your take on it?
And perhaps we need to think about picking on people as well. Remember, as co-hosts, we actually get to see all of the participants. So perhaps we should start picking on people to share.
I like how your mind works. Let's see who to pick on. Maybe somebody who's being very interactive, Let me go back to, there we go. Oh, hello, Hello, Bonnie. I'll call you Bonnie. Hi. Unmute yourself and tell us how today has been. And without exposing too much, because cybersecurity now is it's top of mind.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I've been sitting here since we have begun, and I've really learned a lot. But my take home, I think the Microsoft presentation was very helpful. I think with me, I'm actually surrounded by people who are or who have lost jobs because of COVID-19 and everything that is going on. So I think I'm very excited to share everything that I've learned that Microsoft is offering for them. I think for myself also to improve myself, you know, to actually get ready because like you were saying, I don't think even after COVID-19 things are actually going back to normal. I think this is the new normal that we really need to adapt to. So I'm very glad that I've been here since 8:45 till now. Thank you guys very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I'm so excited you got something to take away. And again, from a finance perspective, for those loved ones who have lost their income, it's not the end of the world. Let's find strategies and ideas on how we can help you rebuild, reimagine, reskill, and maybe start those side hustles that we can grow from side hustles to become our main hustles. So there is a lot of hope for there's a lot of hope. We just need to keep on believing and showing up and doing what we can to build communities, families, countries, continents that we want. So thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
We will send you your hamper. Check your private message and then
let's make sure to get her contacts so that a nice little birdie can deliver your lovely present. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I love the little birdie. We won't mention any names, but Ntate, it's been so amazing. At this point in time, please allow me to welcome Ms. Soto back to give us the closing remarks. And then after her session, Lerato will do the outro. I'll do the I'll just share my contacts on where to find me. And then Lerato will do the official closing since who started the opening? That's Ms. Soto, over to you.
Hi everyone, it's me again. I am so happy with the outcome of our event today. And we're very grateful that you set time aside to just sit with us and learn and engage, because we at Basali Tech exist to encourage a tech savvy and a generation that is equipped with the right skills to thrive in an era of technology. And seeing everyone engage in our conference this much is just very heartwarming, and we appreciate it very much, from our audience to our very dear presenters, Lerato and ntate TK, to our partner, Citibank.com, for making this possible for us as well as everybody who supported our mission thus far with equipping the youth and just bridging the gender gap in science and technology. We'd like to thank you for your participation today. We do have a survey link we will share with you to just leave your comments, leave your thoughts, tell us what you liked and what you didn't like, just so this conference gets better and better for everyone and becomes more fruitful as it grows. With me is also part of the technical team, Ntate I'd like to introduce to just give his remarks about the experience today and how it was like for him.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'd like to just thank everyone for the participation, even the guys that tried to challenge us to shut down the meeting. But thank you, everyone who has been passionate and patient with us for the mistakes that we did. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you, everyone that participated. Yes, thank you, everyone that was here last year, and we are here even this year even though this year is completely different. The experience was exciting as well. The technical team, the presenters, everyone did an amazing job, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Please don't forget to fill the survey that Nestor will be sharing on the Zoom chat and also on our Facebook page, Techcon Lesotho. Thanks everyone. Out. like to hand over back to TK and Lerato. Thank you.
And just like that, we are at the end of Techcon 2020. Not even COVID could stop us from bringing this amazing, the second annual Techcon 2020. Lerato, how are you feeling? For me, it's a bittersweet feeling. I'm excited, but I'm also like, oh, are we done already?
I have never spent a shorter number of hours on a Saturday. I feel like we could go on and on and on. The conversations seem to be heating up, which is normally what happens in technology conferences, right? As you start thinking about it, you're like, oh, what does that mean? I am incredibly humbled that we have had people that have joined us on this journey from 8:45 to 2:52 p.m. And like Demudieleng had said, for those of us that joined us last year, I'm so excited. In fact, I'm actually very humbled that you gave us the chance to explore this new avenue with you, because this is a new, it's a new norm for all of us. We also had never actually thought we would be able to do this virtually. So it has been an incredible, incredible experience. I'm looking forward to TechCon 2021 because it promises to be even more spectacular. I'm hoping that even in 2021, the Basali Tech team and TK will still help have me as a co-host. So from me, from Roma, from the gloomy streets of Roma, it has been an incredible experience, and I hope to see you guys in the third installment of TechCon Lesotho.
Oh, absolutely, girl. Absolutely. We are definitely co-hosting 2021. I'm putting it out there. The tender is open. But where do people find you? You are a brand in your own right. So maybe where do people find you? Because we do need those likes on our Facebook pages. We do need those following on our Twitter handles, Twitter pages as well. So where do people find Lerato Mphaka?
Perhaps, let me say, I'm representing the Learning Mindset Foundation, which is an entity that has its own social media personality. So please follow them on Twitter, it's Learning Mindset, on Facebook, Learning Mindset, as well as LinkedIn, Learning Mindset Foundation. As an individual, you are welcome to follow me. I've been branded as the controversialist. So if you're looking for some controversial conversations on Twitter, please follow my handle. It's at Smongana, Smongana. Do not call me that in public. Only my mom calls me that in public. So both on Twitter and on Facebook. On LinkedIn, you can find me at Lerato Mphaka. I publish a lot of articles on issues around organizations. So please feel free to engage with me, and I'll be happy to strike some conversations.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lerato Mphaka. That is Lerato Coming, executive founder of founder and executive director of LM Foundation. My name is TK Ntebe. I'm also very active on all different social media platforms. Particularly, guys, please follow my YouTube channel. It's called TK, where I take you on different adventures from travel to money to lifestyle. But also, I'm also very active on Facebook under TK Ntebe, Twitter at TK Ntebe, Instagram at TK Ntebe, and on LinkedIn, I am Tukiso TK Ntebe. I'm also representing TKO Consultancy. So please follow them on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn under TKO Consultancy. It has been a pleasure to all 26 participants on the Zoom platform, to everybody on Facebook who was streaming live on Facebook. It has really been an amazing afternoon. I have been so engaged, so energized, and it's a Saturday for me to be here at 2:55 with the amazing team. To the Basali Tech team, I love the hashtag, the tagline, innovate, excite, empower. I am feeling excited and I'm feeling very empowered, and I hope you are feeling that same way too. Lerato, please do not forget to update your bio to say that you are a digital MC, because that is a new thing and that is currency. So if you're looking for amazing digital MCs to host your next virtual event, you don't need to look any further. Lerato is here, TK is here. Thank you so much to TechCon 2020, brought to you by Basali Tech in partnership with citibank.com. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With this said, signed, sealed,
Sealed and delivered.
delivered. Please don't forget to, please forget, complete the survey, Feedback is very, very important. Well done to the team. Good afternoon, everybody. Cheers.